think we're going to start shortly. And let me see on our page if it's working. And it's working. Great. We are live on Facebook now.
Great. So, Gloria and Annabelle, it's your show. So it's up to you to call the meeting, the interviews to order.
Sure. Welcome everyone to the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee endorsement interview session. We have done a lot of work to prepare for this day. We have members present in the Zoom, and we also have candidates in the waiting room ready to do their presentations. We first like to I would like to introduce my co-chair, Annabelle Ibanez.
Good morning. Thank you, Member Berry, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us on this important day. Today, we are going to be, as Co-Chair Berry mentioned, we will be interviewing Board of Supervisors candidates for odd districts, and we're also going to be interviewing proponents for the different, for 7 local measures that are going to be in the ballot. So with that, I will say, let's open up with our co-chair, David Campos, and then after that, we'll start conducting the interviews. In terms
Thank
of
you. Thank you very much. So again, I want to welcome everyone. Happy Saturday to all of you on behalf of San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee. One of the most important things we do as a committee is to endorse not just candidates, but ballot measures that are going to be on the November ballot. And San Francisco Democrats look to the Democratic Party in San Francisco for guidance on how to vote on so many of these matters. And so we have to take this very seriously. And one of the things that I wanted to do from the beginning was to have strong co-chairs who understood the challenges facing the city, who represented the diversity of San Francisco. And I'm very proud that I was wise enough to ask Annabelle Ibanez and Gloria Berry to lead this process. And I just want to begin by thanking them and acknowledging all of the work, all of the hours that have gone into this process. So thank you, Gloria, and thank you, Annabelle, for an amazing job. The second point that I want to make is that, with these processes, you try to do the best you can. And as we proceed, we make changes to the process. One of the changes that we made in this process this year is that we separated the Board of Supervisor candidates with the other candidates because of the timing of when deadlines happen. And by doing that, we were giving candidates and measures really more time to be heard, more time for people to hear from folks. When you do it all in one meeting, it becomes challenging to give everything the time that they deserve. And so that's one thing that I think is a very positive thing. Connected to that, as we were going through this process, we were approached by a number of proponents of ballot measures who said, if you wait to vote on these ballot measures until August, that means that we're not going to be able to list the party as an endorser should the party endorse those measures. And that is really one of the reasons that I think all of us said, okay, we'll give people an opportunity to be heard. We also know, though, that created some problems or concerns from people about the idea of voting on that at the upcoming meeting on Wednesday, the 22nd. And so in order to balance those two interests, right, of making sure that everyone felt like they had enough time to consider the measures, but at the same time, making sure that we acted in time so that the party could be listed as an endorser should the party endorse those measures. What we are proposing and what we are hoping we will do is that we will have the interviews on those measures today, but we will actually vote on those measures on the 5th of August at a special meeting of the Central Committee. We believe that strikes the right balance in terms of giving the measures an opportunity to be heard before the ballot handbook is created, so that they could list the party as an endorser if that endorsement happens. But at the same time, give everyone enough time to consider and weigh these measures. And so people will be asked to, they will be given an opportunity to interview today, but also at the August 5th meeting, we will once again give everyone pro or con on each measure an opportunity to be heard. So we hope that addresses the concerns that have been raised. One other point that I wanted to say, because I don't want to prolong this, is to highlight the incredible work of our interns. Probably the most important thing we do is to build the future of San Francisco, the San Francisco Democratic Party. So you're going to see our interns in action throughout the day. So I see Zoe Bishop, who is going to be in charge of Facebook. Who's going to be in charge of the questions actually from members. And so Zoe, thank you. You can see Zoe right there. She's going to be all day in this process. In charge of Facebook Live, Priscilla Jin. Where's Priscilla? Oh, there she is. And she's going to be doing that in the morning. And then Emmanuel Cheng is going to be doing that in the afternoon. And then, another important role is the timekeeping role. So Fidel Gilchrist is right there. He's going to be the timekeeper from 10 to noon. And then Alan Taronis is going to be the timekeeper from 12 to 2 p.m. Last thing I just want to say is that we try to be as fair and transparent in our process, and also as respectful as we can to these candidates. Being a candidate in any place in this country is tough. Being a candidate in San Francisco is even more challenging. So each and every one of these candidates, whether you agree with them, disagree with them, deserves a great deal of credit for doing what they're doing, which is to putting their names forward to run for a seat on the Board of Supervisors. So with that, we welcome them to the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee, and we look forward to hearing from you, and we will be voting based on what we hear on Wednesday. So with that, Chair Barry, Chair Ibanez, it's yours, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Chair Campos. We're going to start the interviews. So before we start, I'm going to go over the process just so we all know what's going to happen today. We are going to be interviewing candidates from District 1, District 3, District 5, District 9, and District 11, and then the different ballots. And the way we're going to do this is that we're going to call the district candidates first from District 1. Each candidate is going to have 10 minutes, where they would have 2 minutes to provide us with a statement why they're running for that position and make a personal statement. And then after that, we're going to open it up for questions. Members of the DCCC will be asking questions. Once we, then after that, we will open up the questions to the public. Our interview is going to be timing, and he will let you know specifically when your time is going to be wrapping up. We're not going to time you and tell you you have 2 minutes, you have 3 minutes, but before your 10-minute is over, he will give you a notification of when that time is, and he's going to have a sound, and he may also tell you verbally your time is up. So with that, I would like to open it up with our first candidate in District 1, and that is Veronica Shinsato. Good morning, Veronica. Good morning, Veronica.
Good morning. Yes, I finally got on.
Yes, thank you for joining us this morning. As I had said earlier, you have 10 minutes for your presentations, 2 minutes for your personal statement. And I do believe Fidel will let you know when your 2 minutes are up. And you will hear him say 2 minutes are up. You will also hear a sound, and he has his timer on, and he'll show it to you. So thank you. So with that, please let us know why you're running for District 1 Board of Supervisors.
Well, first, good morning, and thank you very much for inviting me to participate this morning into DCCC for all their work they do throughout the years and centuries here in San Francisco. It's been amazing to watch you all. But again, my name is Veronica Shinzato, and I am a candidate for District 1 Supervisor here in San Francisco. I'm an immigrant to this country from Peru, a proud graduate of public schools. I attended Walsh, Alamo, and Presidio here in the Richmond district. I'm a longtime resident of the Richmond, a tenant in San Francisco. Additionally, I'm a small business owner and a single mom. I'm running for supervisor to fight for a San Francisco that works for all and not just the privileged few. The Richmond district residents need someone who understands their struggles to represent them and not the same old politics. This race is personal to me. As a single mother to a child with a pre-existing condition, I find myself in the same boat as many other San Francisco who cannot afford to buy a home here in the city. I'm among 73% of single-parent households across San Francisco living below the average median income required to be able to live here comfortably, which is $130,000. I am also among 19,000 Richmond households who spent more than 30% of their income on housing. I'm running because I believe that if you want to live in San Francisco, especially if you live here, you should be able to afford to live here. So if you're tired of politics as usual, join my campaign. It's a grassroots, and we welcome the opportunity to introduce myself to DCCC. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, we will open up questions to the members of the DCCC.
So first up, we have a question from Member Barry.
Hi, Veronica. My question for you is, who did you vote for first ranked choice in the district attorney's race last year?
For district attorney last year, it was Nancy and then Mr. Boudin, and I believe those were my first two choices.
Thank you.
Awesome. Now we have a question from Member Lovett.
Hi, Veronica. Thank you for coming to speak with us. Can you explain why you are opposed to repealing the Ellis Act as you are talking about your experience as a tenant? You did say that you would support other reforms, but not Ellis Act.
Well, I think with the Ellis Act, I think there needs to be a combination of both supporting tenants and small property owners. And my concern with the Ellis Act is that we combine, big corporate property owners with small property owners. And in San Francisco, I know several small property owners, including my parents, who own a unit with maybe 2 units that they saved their whole entire savings to purchase. And they're held accountable to the Ellis Act, just like the large corporations. So I'm not against repealing the Ellis Act, but I think there needs to be a combination where we protect the small property owners who are good property owners, good owners, and really treat tenants like family, versus the big corporate property owners who are there just to make a buck. As a tenant, I'm for tenant protections. I'm for more tenant protection, especially during an era of COVID-19. But there has to be a way where we look at small property owners who are aging seniors here in San Francisco and protect their rights as we protect our tenants.
If there's no further questions, she can do a closing statement.
Yep, no further questions as of.
I do have a question, a follow-up question to what Ms. Shinzato said. Can you tell us, if you were to become a Board of Supervisor, you mentioned that you obviously are opposed to repeal the Ellis Act because of this small business owners. What would be some of the things that you would recommend, or what policies would you enact to ensure that you would repeal Ellis Act but protect small business owners?
Well, it's small property owners, and I think
small property owners. That's what I meant.
there needs to be an amendment where we add the clause of small property owners, especially those owners who have one building with maybe 1 or 2 units that they rent out, who are, you know, a real important part of our community here in San Francisco. So I would like to see something where it adds the small property owners. And I would say one building, one property owner per individual with less than 3 units are included. We see that a lot of those units are actually under rent control, which is great. And again, I say these are a lot of our aging seniors who own these property and treat a lot of their tenants like family, but they're held to the same rules and regulations as huge corporate building owners who, and these small property owners really can't, you know, stay afloat. So that's what I would like to see, an amendment to include to protect small property. And when I mean small, I mean really small.
Thank you.
Great. We don't have any other questions from the public or from our DCCC members. So if you have a couple minutes left, if you would like to use that for a closing statement, you may do so.
Thank you, Member Bishop. Again, my name is Veronica Shinzato, and I'm a candidate for District 1 Supervisor. My campaign has a path to victory. It is easy to reduce this race into a binary, but the fact is people are hungry for change. People are sick of the status quo, and I truly believe I represent that change. I know the district better than anyone in this race. I've lived here for almost 30 years. We're on the verge of qualifying for public financing. We're not backed by the establishment. Yes, 2 of my opponents in this race have the financial advantage, and that's okay because we're running a grassroots people campaign. And we're just a few $100s away from qualifying for public financing at the end of this month. Our fundraising this month alone went up 90% in the district. We're building a lot of momentum in this race. We've launched a media blitz and are making headways with a lot of voters. We have published 2 op-eds, one on small business empowerment and another on COVID-19 and helping working single parents, especially those with pre-existing conditions. We're in the process of getting our 3rd op-ed published. Soon we're going on a statewide radio show that's followed by hundreds of thousands of Latinos across the state. My background as a proud Latina and Okinawan, 1st-generation immigrant to this country, and a small business owner puts me in a unique position. Finally, let me close by saying this. I'm here in this race to win. The stakes are too high for so many working parents like myself who worry about their ability to pay their bills, especially during a pandemic with no end in sight. And I know I'm not alone. I say that I'm tired of politics as usual, and I know a lot of members and residents in the Richmonds are too. And we're building a coalition of fired up and low propensity voters, and that's how we plan to win in November. Thank you for your time today.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So the second person that we will be interviewing today is going to be Amanda Inocencio.
Yes, and she's here. Amanda, can you hear us?
Good morning, Amanda. I think you may need to unmute yourself. You muted yourself again. There you go.
Double click.
Good morning. You have 10 minutes for this interview. 2 of those 10 minutes is for letting us your person, tell us why you're running for D1. And Fidel will be giving you a timer when your 2 minutes are up. And then also we will open up the rest of the other 8 minutes for questions from the members of the DCCC and from the general public. So can you tell us why you're running for D1?
Sure. Well, a little bit about me. I am currently an attorney. I have been living in San Francisco for 35 years. And when I came to the city, I was a professional photographer and a fine art photographer and got involved in some social justice issues and decided to go back to law school. I had met Tony Serra, Melvin Belline, some really amazing people that were very inspiring. And I ended up at Golden Gate Law School studying public interest law. And after I left Golden Gate law school with a newborn baby, I went out and worked at County Council in Marin. I worked there for a few years in the government sector. And after that, I went into the nonprofit sector representing Children and Family in Dependency Court. Shortly thereafter, I went to the Public Defender's Office. And now I'm in private practice for myself, representing children and families in delinquency court, dependency court, education law matters, as well as appeals. And, you know, I have been a dedicated person and a passionate advocate on behalf of many different issues and on essentially poor, indigent, disenfranchised populations. And I've done a lot of kind of I've been exposed to a lot of different areas in our city, and I have an interest in a lot of different things going on in our city. And I'm finding that a lot of issues are presented and our city appears to be not so coherent. I also see that our city has issues regarding some fiscal dynamics where we don't know where all the money is going. And I started questioning a lot of that, doing some research around it. And the reason for which I am interested in this position is to advocate zealously with all my will to come to the Board of Supervisors with my skills and experiences and try to make some change in a very collaborative, together way with the mayor, the Board of Supervisors, and department heads.
That's 2 minutes.
Right, so we open up the question.
Yeah, Member Barry.
Gloria,
I
you're
think
muted.
you have to unmute yourself.
Hi, Amanda. Who did you vote for first ranked choice for district attorney last year?
I find that a very private question. It's sacrosanct to tell people who you voted for. I can tell you who I am. I'm a criminal defense attorney, and I represent people who are indigent and are harmed by institutionalized departments or society. I think that all 4 of our candidates had something to bring to the table, and I voted for a particular person that I think would be good involved in police reform and some of the justice issues that we need to address in the city.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And next we have a question from Member Lee.
Yeah, hi, Amanda.
Hi.
I'm just
Anna.
reading your candidate questionnaire, and you mentioned that you did not participate in you have not sought out anyone's endorsement.
Correct.
And that you were disappointed that, you know, others were not interested in your platform or positions.
Correct.
Can you add a little bit more to this?
Sure. So I have not sought out any endorsements. I don't want to necessarily start collecting money from people until I feel like I'm fully invested in this process. I'm actually kind of looking at this. I have a personal, very strong interest, believe me, but there's a lot of segregation and pressure running for office. And one of the things that I've been very learned about since I literally started asking some of the people, one of which is one of the head leaders in your organization, the DCCC, to bow out, literally. We've got 2 teams. Everyone's emailing for that team and everyone's emailing for that team. Get in line and bow out, Amanda. You're not going to make it. I think Veronica just touched on a lot of that. So that is problematic. I have a list of people that I've worked with over the years in many capacities that I will approach. I was going to approach our district attorney, but it looks as though he's already endorsed my opponent. So that's interesting and fine. So there's that. And then in terms of the second part of your question regarding the organization that wasn't interested in me. So there was a forum that was held by the Young Democrats Club. I was incredibly sick that evening. I thought I had COVID. I don't, or I didn't, as I was subsequently tested, but I had all the symptoms. And so I didn't attend that forum. And only to learn that evening that club actually held a vote on who they were endorsing. And they only endorsed on that performance in that forum. They left out one individual of the 7 members. They left out one individual entirely. And they never approached me and said, hey, you couldn't make it, you were ill. Can we talk to you independently? Can we interview you independently? Will you fill out an application form? I don't know anything about how that voting process went for that organization. Nothing's been transparent. I find it very disappointing. This is a local Democratic club that's in my community.
Okay, thanks for your response, Amanda. I will just note that I did email you on June 25th and followed up with another email to meet with you.
To what group? You're the Bike Coalition. You emailed me from the Bike Coalition. I'm not talking about the Bike Coalition. I'm talking about the Richmond Democratic Club that's out here in the Richmond district. I've only received emails from you from the Bicycle Coalition, Janice. I can't hear you.
Are there any more questions for this candidate? I see member Duffy's hand up.
Great. Good morning. Can
Hi,
you hear me?
Bevan.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, great. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Triple C colleagues. Good morning, Amanda. I just wondered, running in D1, can you tell me some of the things that you love about your district? What are some of the things that you'd want everyone else in San Francisco to know about District 1? And how would you champion that?
Well, first and foremost, I think we have an amazing kind of town and country atmosphere out here that's incredibly culturally and ethnically diverse. It's amazing when you go over to Geary Avenue. We've got Russian contingencies, Thai contingencies, Chinese of different region contingencies, a Jewish contingency. I can go on and on. It's just amazing. And I feel like I'm in some small borough in New York where everyone's, okay. So there's that. And we also have such fabulous nature out here with a lot of backyards. We've got a lot of songbirds and foxes and, skunks and all those folks coming through. I do think, so there's the issue of commerce and our corridors, I think needs to be improved. Things definitely need to be beautified, excuse me. Our street trees and our sidewalks are in disrepair. Our trees need to be trimmed, and we need to garden out here along the streets a lot more aggressively. And so the second part of your question was what? I'm sorry.
Just how would you champion that with the rest of the city too? As you said, you were talking about business corridors and wanting to have people come and patronize businesses that are in your district and so forth.
Yeah. The other thing is that even in our business corridors, some of the buildings aren't really functional anymore for their initial purpose. Like we had some auto dealerships and things like that out here. So they're big, massive buildings and they're left vacant. I think some of those buildings need to come down and we need to build some nice housing, affordable housing in that area and beautify those corridors to make them more attractive to tourism and other folks to come into town. But I think the two things that are most fabulous about this community is our commerce out here and our small businesses and the interest of them, as well as, we're surrounded by parks and the ocean on one side. So it's a nice community in that way.
Great. And Amanda, just on a personal note, when I first ran for supervisor in 2002, the conventional wisdom was that I couldn't win that race. And I pretty much faced that at every turn. And I'm not sure this will necessarily work for you, but I started watching Legally Blonde and I watched it probably 10 times during my campaign. And I think every night after I'd been told I wasn't going to win an endorsement or somebody was dismissive, I would go watch it and then I would wear something pink the next day. So you have to find the rhythm that works for you. But, it's, I think a lot of us have empathy. It is difficult. It's difficult to be a first-time candidate. It's difficult when there are big names in a race. But I think I hope that you and others can rise above that. So
I appreciate that. And I am finding strength amongst myself, with myself and amongst my colleagues. Actually, the folks campaigning with us are very pleasant, warm people, and we check in with each other, and it's a nice thing. So thank you for that, Bevan. I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Is there anything else you want to add before your time is up?
And how much time do I have?
About 15 seconds.
I want to say thank you for inviting me to this. It's been my pleasure to be here. I appreciate the work that you all are doing, and I look forward to continuing to work as a Democrat in the city the way that I do. Thank you.
Next time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So the next person that we will be interviewing, and I just want to say before I bring the other person, is that there are 2 more candidates from District 1 that we will be interviewing, but we're going to interview them later in the day just to make sure that the audience knows that. So the next person that we will be interviewing is David Lee.
David is here, and I bring him on. David, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hey.
Okay.
Okay, David, just want to let you know that you have 10 minutes for your interview, 2 minutes of which you will be able to provide us with a personal statement. Fidel will let you know when your time is up for your 2 minutes, and he will also give you a 1-minute warning before your 10 minutes are up. And with that, let's open up the interview by asking us and letting us know why you're running for D1.
I've lived in the Richmond district for most of my life. I went to Wallenberg High School in the neighborhood, San Francisco State, and then became a teacher at San Francisco State, and then later administrator at Laney College, where I currently work. I run a program supporting English second language students and Asian American students at Laney College in Oakland. My wife and I own a small business here in the neighborhood that we started about 10 years ago, and we employ people from the neighborhood. We serve people in the neighborhood. I raise my children here in the neighborhood. So the Richmond is my home. And I feel that the Richmond needs a lot of help right now because we've been ignored for too long by City Hall. One of the things that I'm fighting for is public transportation. I'm a big believer in it because I use public transportation to get to work from the Richmond district. I take the 38 Geary and then BART to get to Oakland. And it's a system that needs a lot of help in the Richmond right now. We need to get the Geary BRT built. We need to get BART out to the Richmond district. Building public transportation, I think, is a key to our economic recovery. I think we also need to address the homeless issue in the Richmond district by moving the homeless population into hotels, treating homelessness as a public health crisis during the COVID-19 period. I think that's really essential. I think also that we need to work on getting help for small businesses. The neighborhood is really suffering. A lot of small businesses are barely holding on, and I'm running to help small businesses get restarted and succeed post-COVID-19. So that's why I'm running, and I hope you'll consider my candidacy.
Awesome. We have first a question from Member Levitt.
Yes, thank you for coming to speak with us, David Lee. So what is your strategy for dealing with the $1.7 billion deficit in the city budget over the next 2 years if you are saying that we just really cannot have any new taxes?
Well, I'm mostly concerned about our gross receipts tax. I'm concerned that the gross receipts tax will hurt our small businesses at a time when they're struggling. In terms of addressing the $1.7 billion deficit, I think we need to look at cost savings by eliminating top management, which is heavy in the police department. We should look at defunding the $700 million police department and reallocating those funds to mental health, to nonprofit organizations that serve the African American community. We should look at cutting police overtime. We should look at fire overtime. Firefighters have a huge overtime budget as well. We have a $12 billion budget only 800,000 people live in San Francisco. We can do better. I think there's a lot of opportunity to cut corruption, to address the corruption that's happened at the DPW and at other departments that are now under investigation. I think that a lot of inefficiencies in the budget have been caused by corruption, and we should root that out.
Great, thank you. Next, we have a question from member Galota.
Hi, David. I just had two questions that I was hoping you could elaborate on based on your response to the questionnaire. So one, you mentioned in your comments that you do support the city's effort to provide hotel rooms for our homeless community members. But in your questionnaire, you said you oppose the expanding navigation centers throughout the city. So I was hoping you could elaborate on why that's your position. And also, I'm curious why you oppose banning natural gas in new construction in San Francisco as well.
The navigation centers are a temporary solution. They've been very inefficient. The one at the Embarcadero, for instance, has cost something close to $12 million. For that kind of money, we should be investing in buying hotels, the empty hotels and motels now that are available. The city should purchase those and turn them into long-term housing for the homeless population. Navigation centers at best are a Band-Aid. We should look for long-term solutions to address the chronic homeless problem in the city. We have 8,000 some odd homeless people in San Francisco. We should look at long-term solutions, not Band-Aid approaches that don't work. And $12 million for a Band-Aid approach in the Embarcadero is a waste of money. We should look at how we can purchase these motels and hotels and turn them into long-term housing. The other question you had, on gas. I think on the ban on natural gas in buildings, I think hurts the Asian American community, particularly restaurateurs who are looking at expanding. It would have far-reaching implications for opportunity for Chinese restaurants that may want to expand into new buildings, for instance, in the commercial space, because they rely upon natural gas for their cuisine. And I think that the community has not been consulted. The Asian American community, the Chinese American community has not been consulted about this ban, and we need to be inclusive and have a conversation before we launch a large, wide-reaching ban on natural gas on all future construction of housing in the city.
Thank you. Member Bay. Gloria, can you hear us or unmute yourself?
I think she had to log out. She texted that her computer was frozen.
Oh, okay.
She's
Then
back.
we just cut out. So is she back on?
Gloria is right there. Gloria, do you have a question?
If no more questions from the members from the DCCC, we can open it up to the public.
Don't see any questions from the public. So if the endorsement committee doesn't have any final questions, then we have some time for a closing statement.
Well, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to my candidacy and to consider it. I am running as an independent Democrat in the Richmond district, from the Richmond district, who will put the Richmond district first. That's why I'm running. City Hall has ignored the Richmond for too long, and I'm running to build the Gary BRT, get that built, bring BART out to the Richmond district to help our small businesses and to address the homeless crisis that is happening in our neighborhood. If you want an independent who's going to fight for the Richmond and put the Richmond first, vote for David Lee. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. So the next candidate from D1 that we're going to invite is Mirjan Thielauer.
She's here. I'm gonna bring her on.
And on Google Hangout, or are you on both apps at the same time?
I think I must be.
We can see you and we can hear you. Great.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So you have 10 minutes for the interview. 2 minutes will be for your personal statement. And then after your 2 minutes is up, before your 2 minutes is up, Fidel will be letting you know. He'll let you know time is up. And then after that, we're going to open it up for questions from the CCC members, and then we'll open up the questions to the general public. So with that, can you please let us know why you're running for D1?
Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm Marjan Filhauer, running for Richmond District Supervisor. Many of you know me, but for those who don't know my story, my mom and dad immigrated here from Iran and the Philippines in 1968. They met at the TOEFL, the Test of English as a Foreign Language at San Francisco State. And they came here in search of opportunity. I think, you know, back then, and I still believe now, you know, our country is a place of opportunity, and we've had some bumps in the road, but that's why my parents came here, and they worked their way through college. My dad was a dishwasher at Hippo Hamburgers, for those of you who remember, and my mom worked for Western Airlines, which was an older airline that was since bought by Delta, but they instilled those values of hard work in me. You know, as a young person, one of my first experiences in community service and internship was supporting our local Democratic congressman, Congressman Tom Lantos, who was the only Holocaust survivor ever to serve in Congress. And you know, I learned then at a very young age that government can do good things for people. And I learned from the mentorship of Congressman Lantos that the first responsibility of an elected official is to his or her constituents. And it's something I carried with me through my time in advocacy at UC Berkeley, after which time I served on Capitol Hill, working on the Committee on Education and the Workforce, and other elected officials, supported the Democratic governor, Gray Davis, and worked during the energy crisis for our state, and until he was unceremoniously recalled. And I've worked on Democratic campaigns like the Alliance for a Better California, which were those anti-labor, anti-woman, anti-choice initiatives proposed by then Governor Schwarzenegger. I have started 2 small businesses in San Francisco. One was a fundraising and public affairs firm that also worked with nonprofits on community outreach.
That's 2 minutes.
And the second, oh, okay. I'll save it for the end.
Great, thank you. I don't see any questions in the chat right now, so I'll open it up to the endorsement committee if you have any questions. Oh, I see Member Barry has a question.
Hi, Marjan.
Hi.
My question for you is, who did you vote for first ranked choice for district attorney last year?
Well, I supported the 2 women and the 2 moms in the race, Susie Loftus and Nancy Tung, for their advocacy on gun control and also police reform. I supported them.
Thank you.
Great. Member Nancy Tung.
Thanks, Zoe. Hi, Marjan. I wanted to ask you a little bit about your campaign and how you've handled campaigning during a pandemic. What are the things that you're proudest about in reaching out to the community during this curious time?
Sure. I think so. You want how have we been campaigning?
No, what have you been doing in
during the pandemic?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. As many of you know, I was born here in the Richmond and moved back here with my husband, and we're raising our 3 kids here. We live in a multi-generational household with my mother-in-law who is immunocompromised, and so we're taking this pandemic very seriously. I don't think anyone expected that we would be facing circumstances like this, and I certainly had different ideas about a campaign with regard to rallies and farmers markets and going door to door. So we actually launched our campaign. It so happened the first full day after the shelter-in-place order was announced. So as you can imagine, we really had to, and I really had to follow the heart and soul of our community by really pivoting to, one, reaching out to seniors first, and in turn all neighbors, to see if they needed groceries, if they needed prescriptions, if they needed PPE. I think we've really been focusing on a campaign of service. As I started to say earlier, my sister and I run our family business on Balboa Street, up the street from our house. It's a place for artists to do pottery, and we also offer classes and sell gifts by local artists in the neighborhood. And one of the things that we saw was, and we're still seeing, is that local businesses are really struggling, including our own. Inability to pay rent, which we've also experienced. We've seen Asian-owned businesses on our block, as well as in other parts of the Richmond, get burglarized and vandalized. And so we were able to organize not just with our local merchant association, but Merchants Association around the Richmond to raise money from neighbors and businesses to help fellow small businesses and to really kind of try to mitigate the financial impact that businesses are facing. So it's been, despite this pandemic and the crisis that we're facing, to be able to focus on helping community and ensuring that voices are heard. One of the things that we've done is we've launched a neighborhood summit, and we've since had a tremendous response. Over 150 neighbors have responded. So just in the first week, equity and police reform and affordable housing, small businesses and local economy, because I think that, the one thing you talk about all these issues that are critically important, but because we weren't expecting to be in a pandemic, and because this world that we're operating in, there are some real public health dangers, especially for those who are most vulnerable in our community. We really need to be coming together as a grassroots community, as a business community, as Democrats. We should be working with everyone to really make it through this, because I do believe we'll get through this. It's going to be a bumpy road. We're already seeing with some of these kind of with things being rolled back as far as how we can open, and we need to figure out the collective health, both mental, physical, and socioeconomic health of our communities. And that's really what we've been trying to focus on in our campaign. I know campaigns undoubtedly become political, but we've been working with I was the president of our Merchants Association, so working with local merchants. We've been working with families and working people and really seeking out the right representation, especially when we're putting together neighborhood working groups, to ensure that even if we have neighbors who don't agree with each other, and even if neighbors, a lot of neighbors agree with me and some neighbors don't agree with me, some neighbors support me and some neighbors don't, but we need those voices at the table as we rebuild our community through this crisis.
Great, thank you. Next, we have a question from member Duff.
Thank you. Good morning, Marshawn.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. City Hall is a complicated place, and being a supervisor is a tough job. And you've had the opportunity now to work in city government. And I wondered if you could just reflect on a really great experience that you've had and something that was challenging, but both experiences, being educational in terms of what your aspirations are.
Yeah, I felt really lucky to be able to spend, I started my short tenure in City Hall in July 2018, and then left my position right before launching this campaign. And I noticed, you're right, there are some things that are really amazing about City Hall, and I think there are certain areas that I think maybe we can work on a little bit. I was really impressed with the hardworking public servants that I met, the folks who keep our city running from day to day, who really serve our constituencies. I was really inspired by the leadership of our first African-American woman mayor, who really, I see our mayor as an embodiment of many of the challenges that we're facing here as a city. She has experienced what it's like to be housing insecure. There are, experiences that she's been very open about in her family around drug use and criminal justice reform. I mean, those are all things that are very personal to her. And I think that that was reflected in a lot of her leadership. One of the things that was also very inspiring was, you can't be what you can't see, and you need to see everyone. It's incumbent upon us as leaders to really look into our communities and see those who feel like they can't be seen. And, I was inspired by the Mayor's Opportunities for All program, which really provided opportunities to low-income kids who may not have had the luxury that other, kids who have more privilege have in being paid to get that work experience. And, I think many of you may have experience by working with these really amazing and talented young people. That talent is all over our community. And I think that was a really inspiring thing about City Hall. One thing that wasn't as inspiring to me was
1 minute left, by the way.
sometimes, oh my God. Okay. So is that, I think that our neighborhoods need a stronger voice in City Hall. And sometimes I saw a lot of bureaucracy where, there was kind of, bureaucratic red tape around small businesses that weren't really practical for operating a small business. And I think that's an area we can improve to really ensure that the work that we're doing as public servants is relevant to the people that we have been charged to serve. And, seeing that while it was frustrating to see, I am optimistic and have hope that we'll get there. Despite this crisis, there are already so many important conversations that are happening around the relevant work that government can be doing to meet people where they are in the community so that they can continue to thrive here and that families and working people can continue to live in San Francisco.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And is that time?
Yeah, just about.
Okay.
Those were some long answers.
No, I'm sorry.
I wish I was Maxine Water because I would be surely reclaiming some time here.
Oh my God. Well, thank you for having me, everyone.
Before you go though, Marjan, I would just like to ask, there were a lot of questions that went unanswered, and the one that really perturbed me the most was question number 14 that was just left completely blank. And I think that voters should know that you left a very important question about racism blank on your questionnaire. So
do I have time to answer that?
I would like some time to answer that.
Okay, actually,
that was my question as well. So I would love to hear something.
Okay, yeah. So yes, there were a few answers I left blank. Just to be honest, as I mentioned, with all that we're facing here as a city, and the fact that I have addressed these questions extensively on my website. I've communicated directly with them, directly on these matters to constituents.
To be fair to the other candidates, we really do need to limit it to 10 minutes because otherwise we would have to let other candidates continue on past the 10 minutes and that wouldn't be equity.
Oh, okay. Should I write an answer or?
Sure, you're welcome. You can come in the chat or on the Facebook Live or even send emails to the DCCC. You're welcome to, but we really need to keep on schedule and move on to our next candidate.
Okay, great.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
So moving on to the next candidate, if it wasn't clear, me and co-chair Ibanez will be co-moderating this this session. And next we have District 3. Do we see Aaron Peskin in the waiting room?
Yes, I saw him and I put him in the panelist side. Let me check. He's here.
I believe he's on.
Yeah.
I've just been promoted to a panelist.
Perfect.
Well, welcome Aaron Peskin. He's running for District 3 Supervisor again. He's currently the District 3 Supervisor. You have 10 minutes. The first 2 minutes will be your introductional statement, and you may begin.
Thank you, Member Berry, and thank you to all of the members of the DCCC, and congratulations on your elections and re-elections. And I really want to acknowledge Chair Campos and all the members. I know exactly how hard a job this is. I ran for that position successfully 4 times and had the pain and pleasure of being the chair for 2 two-year terms. So thank you all so much for your work at really the most important time that a Democratic Party, a local Democratic Party on the local, state, and federal level has incredible work to do that I look forward to joining you yet again in doing. Yes, I am running for technically my 5th and final term on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. It is the only job in politics other than the DCCC that I've ever wanted because I have always stayed in my community. And when I say my community, I mean all the way down to the San Mateo County border. But I have the honor of representing the northeast corner of San Francisco, Chinatown, North Beach, all the way down to the financial district and the upper Tenderloin. And over the years, my staff and I have really devoted our time both on the legislative level and on the personal level in advancing the folks in our district who need the most help from the government. We have done that by legislation that I mentioned in my questionnaire that I had the honor of teaming up with then Supervisor Campos on to limit short-term rentals that were turning affordable housing into 24/7 hotels. We did that by protecting the most affordable housing stock in San Francisco, our SROs. And all of this has been magnified during the pandemic, where we have been at the forefront of doing emergency legislation to stop all rent increases and pass-throughs of every kind. That's in addition to legislation that Supervisor Fewer and I did to reduce
That's 2 minutes.
mortgage pass-throughs. I would love to have the DCCC's endorsement in the coming race.
Great, thank you. We're taking members from the DCCC first. So Member Chen, you have a question.
Hi, Supervisor Peskin. I was wondering, since your district is so big and it covers a lot of different neighborhoods that has different demographics, how have you worked with the different communities to make sure that you represent everyone in District 3?
So
I think your sound might have cut out.
Queena, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So to Member Chen, first of all, a lot of that is a function of time. I have gotten to know, and my incredible staff, Sunny Angulo, Lee Hepner, Calvin Yan, have gotten to know folks throughout the district. Some of them in organizations, be they small business organizations that are under tremendous pressure, some of them from the CBO community, from residents groups, but also community leaders that weigh into the government process. We have personal relationships with them, whether they are Fisherman's Wharf merchants and fisher people, or whether they are community leaders in Chinatown, or even the financial district, Russian Hill, Nob Hill, Polk Gulch. We've got 20 years of history with community leaders that we reach out to and reach out to us on a daily basis.
Thank you.
Great. Next, we have a question from Member Law.
Hi, Supervisor Peskin. I'm sure you're aware, parents and I think particularly moms across the city are really worried about our kids right now and school and not going back to school or going back to school. And I just know that you've been a leader in the city for a long time and you recognize the disparities that are going to face our kids. And how do you see this playing out, and how will you fight for, the kids and the families that I know you're committed to in your district and across the city? Because there's a lot of people really worried about the future for our kids and how parents are going to keep working with little ones at home. So I'd just love to hear your take on how we get from here to a good place.
Yeah, that's a really good question, Member Loftus. And every Saturday morning, I am part of the recovery working group. And one of the subfields that we actually spend the most time on is exactly this issue. I think all of us, and there are many former members of the school board and current members of the school board here and the college board, know that distance learning is not only inequitable, it's just a poor way of learning. We have been trying to work with and push the school district to, at least in the case of children with special needs and disabilities, to allow in place on-site learning. All of that has changed in the last 24 hours, as you have heard that the governor of the state of California is likely not to allow any schools to reopen. It is going to be our collective challenge to make sure that every student from every community has the minimum tools, i.e. computers, and the kind of help that they're going to need to do distance learning for as long as this pandemic, which the mayor said yesterday is likely to be around for another year to a year and a half. We scrambled during the summer months to reopen as many city summer facilities through Rec and Park and through the Department of Children, Youth, and their families. But this has been extremely hard, and I'm deeply troubled that there's a whole generation of children who are going to miss out in many ways, but particularly critically to their early childhood education. The biggest news that I have is that we all came to agreement the day before yesterday on a tax package that will be on the November ballot that will, if passed, unlock over $100 million of early childhood education money that has been blocked by the Big C and Little C litigation. And that will be a huge boon in the months ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Member Campus, you're up next.
Thank you very much, Supervisor. Welcome back to the DCCC. As you know, that you've served here many years. Greatly appreciate your service. I know that you have spent a lot of time thinking about transportation, and more recently, some news around Caltrain. And I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk a little bit about why, you have been sort of doing what you're doing with Supervisor Walton. And I know that it's about making sure that the interests of San Francisco and its riders are protected. So just wanted to give you that opportunity.
Thank you, Chair Campos. I really appreciate that. No good deed goes unpunished. And you certainly know, I think, a lot about it because in your day job, you work with Santa Clara County. Let me just start by saying that Caltrain is an extremely important regional resource. It not only is environmentally sound and will become more environmentally sound when the electrification project is finished, but it decongests the Highway 101 corridor and it's really a great railroad. It pre-pandemic moved about 60,000 people a day in equal directions, about 30,000 people from the north, 30,000 people to the south. And just for people who are not familiar with Caltrain, it goes all the way from 4th and King Street in San Francisco to Gilroy, California in southern Santa Clara County, but primarily moves relatively affluent folks from Silicon Valley to San Francisco and vice versa. There has always been a desire by the three counties that are allegedly co-equal participants, Santa Clara, San Mateo, and San Francisco County, to find a dedicated source of revenue. To that end, San Mateo County is proposing a 1/8 cent, and I underscore regressive sales tax that will be disproportionately borne by the people who can least afford it, our lower income individuals and families in these three Bay Area counties. But as important is the issue of shared governance. And under an old agreement that Supervisor Walton and I and others have been trying to revisit, the entire control of the railroad, the decisions that are made about the railroad are actually made by the San Mateo County bus operator, Samtrans. Their monies are commingled. They share the same attorney. They share the same CEO. They share the same CFO. And Santa Clara County and San Francisco County have, for a number of years, been trying to disentangle that. And as Supervisor Chavez from Santa Clara said the other day, this is tantamount to taxation, regressive taxation without representation. Supervisor Walton and I have been trying to use the 1/8 cent sales tax as an opportunity to revisit the governance structure. It was met with more than resistance by San Mateo County. Negotiations are ensuing. I am hopeful that San Mateo County will see the light that Santa Clara and San Francisco are trying to shed, and that an agreement may be reached as soon as this weekend, at which point maybe we can get over our regressive taxation issues and put it on the ballot and let the voters decide.
About 1 minute left, by the way.
Great,
Thank you for
thank
the
you.
opportunity to discuss that, because it's been quite the battle.
Thank you. Next, we have a question from Member Tom.
Good morning, Supervisor Peskin. Nice to see you. I wanted to ask you about your views around defunding the police and where you think it would be critical to do that within your own district.
Sure. So let me just say this. I was raised by two teachers, both of them in the mental health profession, who made me a believer, raised me as a believer of early childhood education and intervention. When we invest money at the front end, people don't fall through the cracks at the same rates, and they succeed in society. That has always been my worldview. I've always tried to express that in the budget. I was one of the only supervisors, and as much as I respect Chief Bill Scott, who voted against the ballooning of the command staff in the SFPD, where additional deputy chiefs and commanders were added. I see this as an opportunity to right-size that and to move those dollars into the kind of social programs that will actually put people to work. It is much better to give somebody a job.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. We're going to move on to our next candidate at this time. Do we see Daniel Sauter in the waiting room?
Daniel Sauter, I see him in the waiting room. I'm bringing him in on. Member Ibanez, Member Gloria, can you just summarize again the rules around the questions for a member of the public, that DCPOC member are first, and after we take question from the public, but it's depend of the time. And I just want to remind the public about this. Thank you.
Sure. Today is our 10-minute interviews for our candidates. We are doing 2 minutes for them to introduce themselves and 8 minutes of questions. On Wednesday, the members of the DCCC will be voting on these candidates. Therefore, the members of the DCCC do have the priority in the questions. And if there is time, the members of the public questions will be asked following. It's best to put your question in the chat when you know the candidate that is coming on is a person rather that you have a specific question for, and our intern Zoe Bishop will put it in order that first come, first serve.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
Thank you, Co-Chair Barry. Would it be possible if a candidate has 2 or 3 questions, maybe to reserve a minute and have kind of a lightning round to allow the public questions? Because I feel like I was so excited to see the questions and to see people participate, but I worry that it's not going to seem real. So I just don't know if maybe we could just reserve a minute if you as the co-chairs see that questions have come, and just try and get it as a lightning round so people at least feel acknowledged.
The problem with that is a candidate's response. If the candidate chooses to do a lengthy response, we cannot deny that candidate that opportunity. And since we already are into the process, to change the process at this point would be unfair to the candidates who've already presented.
Okay.
So do we have Daniel?
Yes,
Sauter.
We do.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Danny Sauter. I'm running for District 3 Supervisor. Thank you for having me this morning. Thank you for bringing this process together. I come to this campaign from a neighborhood first perspective. It's started with my work with North Beach Neighbors, the neighborhood association that I'm president of for the past 3 years, and it's continued in my professional role as the executive director of Neighborhood Centers Together, which is a nonprofit network of 7 of our community centers across San Francisco. I have a track record of listening and delivering for our neighbors that starts with my work 5 years ago to start the North Beach Farmers Market. We asked our community, what's missing? They said a farmers market. I had no experience in farming agriculture, but I brought it together because it's what the community wanted. And we still run it to this day. That work has continued with our fight for solutions on small business vacancies, specifically in District 3, where we have neighborhoods that have vacancy rates as high as 20%. When the city wasn't listening, we actually went out and with 3 other organizations knocked on 400 commercial doors to get to the bottom of what was happening and why we had so many vacant storefronts in our district and across our city. And in the midst of COVID-19, that work has continued by starting a program called North Beach Delivers. I started that with 3 of my neighbors. It's a free restaurant delivery program. We've now expanded to 4 other neighborhoods. We've generated over $50,000 in revenue for our struggling restaurants, our struggling small businesses. So I have a record of rolling up my sleeves and doing the work in our communities, in our neighborhoods that is needed in the moment. And I think that's really important in this time when we have both a health and economic crisis. I want to make sure that our neighborhoods are at the table to lead this recovery. And as supervisor, that is the work I will do. I will do it by making District 3 a welcoming place to start a small business, a realistic place to raise a family, and a safe place for our communities of color that have seen a rise in hate crimes and have seen police violence for too many years. We are a campaign by and for neighborhoods, backed by grassroots donors and endorsements from longtime community members. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. First, we have a question from
I'm sorry, Zoe, were you directing that at me?
Yeah, that's you. You can
sorry,
go ahead.
you blipped out right when you said my name. Welcome, Danny Souter, to the DCCC. I wanted to ask you the same question I asked Supervisor Peskin, which is about your views on what defunding the police means in District 3.
Thank you. So I think it starts with thinking critically about when a police response is warranted and when a police response is actually effective. We know that the majority of police calls are for nonviolent situations. And in particular, I want to make sure that we have a better response to our homeless situation. Being homeless is not a crime. It needs to stop being treated as such. We know that a social worker is much, much more effective at actually getting someone experiencing homelessness into services. So I want to make sure that our response more often than not is with a trained social worker, not a police officer. This is especially important when we realize that our Black community is just 5% of our population in San Francisco, but is 40% of our homeless population. I think it also extends to budget and the justice around our budget. It is not acceptable that we spend over $2 million on our horses for our police, yet our Office of Racial Equity was begun with a budget of just $500,000. We've seen in the past 5 years, our SFPD budget balloon by nearly $200 million. And at the same time, mental health services has risen at just $30 million. We need to think more critically about our budget response.
Thank you. Next, we have a question from Member Chen.
Hi, Danny. It's the same question I asked to Supervisor Peskin. District 3 is a very diverse neighborhood. How have you worked with the different people in the different neighborhoods to have to represent who they are?
Thank you, Karina. And it's true. It's one of the highlights and one of the strengths of District 3 is we are a diverse set of neighborhoods. And I think there's a lot of individuality that needs to be brought to the table. And so listening to each community is really important to me. Specifically, our campaign and my work in the past few years, I've really prioritized learning, lifting up, and engaging with our Chinatown community, our broader API community. That starts with an endorsement that we're really happy to have from the only Asian candidate in the last 2 District 3 races, Wilma Pang. We're happy to have her endorsement, and it continues at a personal level. I feel that accountability, that responsibility. I've been taking Cantonese lessons for the last 6 months. I believe we need a supervisor who can engage with that community.
Thank you. I don't see any more requests for questions from the DCCC, so I'll begin reading the members of the public questions. First, we have a question from Bryce. He asks, Danny, how will you protect renters and keep them in their homes in District 3?
Well, thank you, Bryce. This is really important to me. It's really personal to me. I'm a renter. I rent here in North Beach with my wife. We're in a wonderful small apartment. And so many of our neighbors are in that same situation where they struggle about their future in San Francisco. We've seen too many that have been pushed out. I believe we need to start by fully funding Prop F. That is the measure that San Francisco passed strongly, and we need to fully fund that so we have lawyers for eviction protection. It continues to the work that we need to do to create a rental registry. We need transparency for our landlords. There's, we know from other cities when they have a rental registry, the number of safety violations go down, the evictions go down. That's something I'd like to push for here in San Francisco as well. And it also extends to the fact that we need more affordable housing. I think that District 3 can do more. We are the densest part of the city already, but that shouldn't absolve us from doing more. In this moment, we have 2 low-income units under construction currently in District 3. We need many, many more.
Thank you. Next, Belinda asks, small businesses are struggling, empty storefronts everywhere. What will you do about it?
Thank you, Belinda. It's true. Our small businesses are struggling, certainly in this moment, but they've been struggling for years. And that's the sort of message that I've tried to raise in my work by profiling our small business vacancies, our crisis in District 3 specifically. And it is no coincidence that District 3 is the hardest place to open a business, probably the hardest place to operate a business because our restrictive zoning controls. And this is nothing to say with retail formula retail rather. Of course, we need to keep that out of our neighborhoods, but it comes to the fact that it takes, our studies have shown it takes 330 days to open a cafe, and that's if you're lucky. It takes too long to open a business in San Francisco. We need to make that process significantly easier, and we need to do more to support our existing businesses.
Thank you. Next, Jake asks, in the current climate of our city and country regarding police violence towards Black people, what are you doing about police accountability and how this may affect budgeting in the future?
Sure, and this certainly builds on my comments earlier about budget justice, and it extends to accountability and transparency. We know that a small number, somewhere around 20% of the justice reforms that have been recommended in 2016 have actually been passed. That's unacceptable. We need to pass those more quickly here in San Francisco. And also, it goes to personal accountability too. I was the first candidate in this race to denounce any money from the POA or from the Sheriff's Association, and I feel very strongly about that. I want to make sure that I am a supervisor that is accountable to people and accountable to safety, not the police.
Great. The last question that I see here from a member of the public is from Jordan. She asks, Danny, do you support free Muni for all?
I support moving to free Muni for all. I don't see a path in this moment for free Muni for all. We know this comes on the heels of 40 of our Muni lines being taken out of service, likely for the next few years. I'm extremely supportive of getting there. I'm extremely supportive of the discount program, improving the existing discount program we have. Also thinking about how can we make it free on certain days, on a spare the air day, for example, to get drivers out of their cars, to make transit, not only in San Francisco, but around the region free, to incentivize that use. I think we can get there over time. I think we get there through congestion pricing, through accurate fares, and again, through regional funding.
Great, thank you. I don't see any
1
more
minute left.
From the DCCC or from the public, so I'll pass it back over to the endorsement committee. If they don't have any more questions, then we have time for a closing
I do
statement.
have a question of Danny.
Oh, okay.
Since we have 1 more minute. Danny, I had the opportunity to ask you during the Brownie Mary Club who you supported for the Superior Court races, and none of the candidates that you supported would be considered the candidates that are supporting racial justice. Can you explain that then?
Sure. I don't know that I would agree with that. I saw many of those candidates supporting racial justice, but regardless, especially today, I want to make sure that I would be able to work with anyone who is elected, those that have been elected in the past and the future. I believe I'm a bridge builder, so regardless of past endorsements, past votes, I definitely look forward to working with people on a variety of issues, Keith.
Great, thank you.
You got about 10 seconds left, so.
If there are any final words that you have.
No, I appreciate everyone's time this morning. I know you have a long day ahead. And so I appreciate all of your work too.
So with that, we're going to be moving now to interview candidates in District 5, and we have 4 candidates. The first candidate that we're going to be bringing up is Dean Preston.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You have 10 minutes for the interview, 2 minutes for questions and answers. And I'm sorry, 2 minutes for your personal statement, and then 8 minutes for questions and answers. Questions from the DCCC, and then we'll open it up to questions from the general public. With that, let us know why you are running for D5.
All right, thank you, Annabelle, and thank you all DCCC members for your service during this incredibly important election year and during the pandemic. I think now more than ever, we need bold leadership in our city, and I believe since taking office in December that I've been part of that leadership in City Hall. Been working hard to deliver for constituents and also to pass citywide protections. I'm particularly proud of our work housing people who are homeless during this pandemic. We helped lead the effort to pass the emergency hotel ordinance, also took action in my own district to raise the funds for a pilot project to move homeless families from crowded shelters into hotel rooms. And we also worked with the mayor's office to open the second safe sleeping site in the city in the Haight-Ashbury. We authored and passed a ban on evictions for non-payment of COVID-related rent that is going to save thousands of people from homelessness. And at the same time, we've been busy delivering masks, hand sanitizer, gloves to our most vulnerable and underserved residents, particularly in public housing and seniors across the district. I worked to stop muni fare increases, also fought to restore key bus lines in District 5, and I've been a consistent voice against police budget increases, led efforts to ban the knee and neck chokehold in San Francisco, and called for alternatives to policing and defunding the police. So I really appreciate the support of many individuals and organizations that endorsed me last year, like teachers, nurses, Sierra Club, DSA, Tenants Union. But I also want to thank those who've endorsed me for the first time in this race, including most recently the San Francisco Labor Council, SEIU 1021, and Local 87. So I'd be honored to have the party's support and look forward to your questions.
Great, thank you. Member Berry yielded her time for now, so if there are no other DCCC questions, Jordan asks, do you support the number 30 right now movement to help get rents down to 30% of income for all supportive housing tenants, especially for those in SROs? And how would you push for the funding? And I guess that's hashtag 30 right now, sorry.
Yeah, I do support it, and don't believe that people should be paying such a high percentage of their income, particularly folks who are the lowest income, and that's who I think Jordan's asking about. So I am 100% supportive of those efforts and look forward to working with my colleagues. I think Supervisor Haney's been leading some of those efforts. Look forward to working with my colleagues to get that passed.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions from members of the public, so Gloria Berry, you can go ahead.
Actually, I yield my time to Chair Campos. He has a question.
Okay, then Campos.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Supervisor, welcome back to the Central Committee. I wanted to just give you an opportunity looking back at the year, and it seems like you have done a lot in a very short period of time. So I was wondering if you can talk a little bit about, the work you've done. What's the thing that you're the proudest of, so that people get a sense of, what you've been spending your time on for the last year.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the question, and thank you for your leadership during this time. You know, I think that I'd really point to two things. One is the law that we passed. We worked very closely with the mayor to pass temporary moratoriums on evictions. And those were really important. And I just want to say that's an area where I think all supervisors and the mayor's office came together. We had a major hand in writing some of those protections. The mayor's office was right with us in announcing those temporary protections. But where we really pushed the envelope is we said, you know, at some point, those temporary protections are going to end, and tens of thousands of people in this city are going to all of a sudden have thousands of dollars of rent due and no way to pay it. So we passed a permanent ban just in recent weeks that says you can never be evicted for that rent that is accruing during this time. It was controversial. It is, you know, I think a model now for other cities. The landlords are, of course, you know, suing in court now to try to derail that. And Chair Campos, I mean, we worked on another powerful measure against evictions of teachers that the landlords fought all the way up to the Court of Appeal, in which your measure, you know, survived. And so we're confident that ours will too. But I'm very proud of that work. And then the other thing I would point to, in this from day one in our office, was I've been really clear with my team and with our constituents that it's one thing to have big ideas for sweeping change. It's another thing to respond to constituents. And you have to do both. And our office from day one has really prioritized constituent service and prioritized constituent service for those who are usually served the least in our district. So for African-American residents of the district, for low-income residents of the district, for homeless residents of the district, for seniors, we've really prioritized making sure that we are responding to the folks who are struggling the most during this pandemic. And that stuff doesn't make the headlines, but I'll tell you, when you look day to day at what we do, I'm equally proud of our efforts to respond to the daily needs of constituents in the district.
Thank you,
Our
Supervisor.
our next question is from Member Morales.
Hello, and I'm sorry if you hear some background noises. I have another meeting I'm on right now. Supervisor Preston, you know, one of the things I'm really worried about with COVID-19 is opening up our government to be in a state of austerity, right? Already heard that the executive is asking for 11% cuts. And I know, for example, with contracts that serve domestic violence survivors, sexual assault survivors, that would be deadly, literally deadly and lethal. So I'm wondering, in terms of revenue, what are you thinking? What's your position? Do you think we should cut services? Do you think we should, what should we do?
Yeah. Thanks for the question. And you know, from being in City Hall, just that during the budget cycle, it's like that's where all the values are put to the test. And especially during a time like this, when the revenues are down, I think that's going to be really a defining fight. I mean, I think, and one of the reasons I'm proud, frankly, of having the endorsement of SEIU 1021 is I think that they understand that they will need fighters in City Hall to resist cross the board cuts and to look at what we are cutting or not cutting during a time when revenues are down. And so, you know, we need to aggressively cut police funding, but we should not be cutting mental health services in San Francisco. We should be doing the opposite, right? We should be increasing those expenditures. So how do we do that? You know, I think that the ballot and what's on the ballot, and I know later today we'll be talking about, and you have a marathon day ahead of you, be talking about some of these ballot measures. I mean, I think that is a good indication of my views of where we go. I mean, I'm co-sponsoring ballot measures. I'm leading on the transfer tax measure, which we'll talk about later, but basically taxing real estate transfers $10 million or more to raise almost $200 million a year. I'm supportive of the CEO tax. You know, I think we need to get aggressive when it comes to claiming revenue from those who have frankly seen their tax burden drop year after year after year, particularly in a Trump administration. And if we're not going to go after it now and force those who are doing really well in this recession, if we're not going to force them to pay their share and to allow us to maintain services and expand services for some of the critical services you're talking about, Caro. Like now is the time. And I think that's going to be part of our important struggle right now at the state level and locally. And at the state level, I just want to say I've been a champion of the millionaire tax that Jane Kim and others are working on trying to push that at the state level. Like we've got to go after money from those who are doing really well during this time.
Thank you. Next, we have a question from member Loftus.
Just
Hi,
about 1 minute left.
Hi, Supervisor. You know, parent, I know you're a parent. I don't know if your kids are school age. I think you have 2 daughters. I'd love to hear how, I don't know if your kids are in public schools. Mine are. Remote learning has been a challenge. Maybe if you can talk about your experience with remote learning, distant learning, and the future for our kids, and how we make sure that public education continues to deliver equity for the future of our city.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, I have 2 school-age kids, both in public school, one going into 3rd grade, one going starting middle school, going into 6th grade. And it's obviously been a really challenging time for, you know, particularly for families. You know, I would count myself as, you know, one who is in favor of a fairly cautious approach around reopening. I do realize there's a range of views on that, but in talking with educators, you know, as well as parents, you know, I think that that we need to be really careful about how we reopen. But this is an extremely.
That's time.
Go ahead and wrap what you were saying.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to say that, like, it's obviously extremely challenging time for families. I think that we need to, again, be, though, using a racial and equity lens as we look at the services we're providing. And an example I would say is with families is when the initial food sites were rolled out, there were none in the Fillmore. And, you know, our office immediately for a number of days was doing extensive advocacy to make sure Rosa Parks Elementary School opened and has since been serving as a site for folks to get school meals. So, you know, that kind of basic level of support is so essential at a time when folks are already struggling with shifting over to distance learning.
Thank you so much. So next we have Daniel Landry, who will be who's also running for D5 supervisor. Is Daniel here?
Daniel is here. I don't see him right now yet. Yes, I see him. Daniel, can you hear us?
Yes.
Hi.
Greetings. Good morning.
Good morning. You have 10 minutes for the interview. 2 of those which will be for making a personal statement. You will be given a time by one of our interns letting you know that your 2 minutes is up. And once those 2 minutes are up, you will have 8 minutes to answer questions from the DCCC and members of the public. With that, can you start with your personal statement?
Yes. Well, thank you. Good morning, DCCC. And I'm very happy to attend this morning with you guys. So I'm Daniel Landry. I'm born and raised in the Fillmore area and lived all my life here in San Francisco for 51 years. I am currently a director and founder of like Youth and Young Adults Academy, which I've started from grassroots up. I actually is a member of many organizations and co-founded many local grassroots organizations, from the Lower Fillmore Neighborhood Association here in D5. Also the NCLF, the New Community Leadership Foundation, which is an organization that works dealing with political empowerment and community organizing. And I helped co-found and organize another branch organization which worked in 2005 for community policing, which was to, at that time, help increase beat patrol in our neighborhood because of the violence in the early 90s. Let me see what else about me. I'm a community activist uh, and advocate. Been working over 27 years in D5 in San Francisco. I'm one of the youngest sons. My parents came here from Mississippi in the 1950s. I have a large family, father of three, grandfather of four. Um, yeah, and let me see. That's pretty much it.
Perfect. Just about 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank
Great, thank you. First, we have a question from member Loftus.
Hey, Daniel, it's Susie here.
Greetings.
Greetings. So I just wanted to hear from you. You know, I have known you to be an activist for police reform forever and a real voice who showed up at police commission meetings and held power to account. And so I would like to hear from your perspective. You have such deep knowledge, both of the community and of the failures of the police department. If you had a magic wand, Daniel Landry, and you could do anything to really, you know, reform this police department and bring safety to the community, what would you do?
Well, and yeah, and thank you, Ms. Lofton. It really, to me, our police department here in San Francisco is just a small example of how law enforcement over the years throughout the United States has become militarized, and we need to get back to understanding what is the whole purpose of having law enforcement in the police department. You know, there was times that we used to call the police department here in San Francisco to serve and protect, but over the years they moved away from serving and protecting more towards becoming a heavy-handed department. With a magic wand, I would say that, you know, when people talk about defunding the police department, you know, it's not rocket science. We know what we're saying. We're saying that, look, if the department can't perform, and we have had all these studies and reports done over the years that actually gave us great recommendations and laid out a blueprint on how to reform the department, then the last, I think, tool we have is to pull the purse string. And you know as well as I know, and many members of the DCCC, that this is not a new conversation. In the years of my advocacy, and at least trying to work with people to see that the police department had a lot of police officers come to work and just want to do their job. We know that. But there's bad apples, and them bad apples within the police department, the good officers need to stand up so we can move our police department from a rogue department and change for the better. I don't think it's as simple as just changing the department with a magic wand, but I do believe that we're making great strides now with the people becoming more conscious about we need to really do something with our department, and we really need to be honest and have a conversation to bring us to a point where we can say, look, we're holding them accountable and the department is holding itself accountable. I don't think we're there yet, but I do believe that we're making some great strides.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next, we have a question from a member of the public. Jordan asks, do you support the incumbent's real estate transfer tax and 10,000 social housing units ballot measure?
Absolutely. Look, I'm a product of displacement here in D5. My mother actually moved over 6 times during the 1970s and early 80s. We got to get really serious about housing and affordable housing here in San Francisco. I don't buy, you know, this is a city of 18 billionaires stay in San Francisco, and we brag that we are a world-class city. And for that to be true for everyone, we have to look beyond what is being presented to us by the state and even the federal government. We need to tax as much as we can the rich, the 1%, so that money can trickle down and help the people who every day just wake up on the streets and have nowhere to go. So I'm really for any ballot measure that moves us into building more housing in San Francisco, and quickly, by the way, streamlining and not running into the red tape that deals with a lot of the permit process. Them things need to speed up, and we need to do it also like we we've been trying to do with the small business here in San Francisco.
Great. I don't see any other questions from DCCC or public members, but if the endorsement committee has any more questions, feel free to ask those. If not, then we have some time for a closing statement.
Well, I just want to thank you for inviting me this morning to give my just quick presentation on who I am and why I'm running for D5. I can say that over the years, I've worked with many supervisors, including mayors in our cities and community activists and members of our community. And I've been very discouraged on some of the direction that in our district, and definitely when it impacts the Black community, and you see the depopulation of the Black community over years. And I think we're literally at 4.9% or 5% now of the population here and still declining. So in 2016, I worked on a task force and we created some recommendations called the African American Citywide Historic Context Statement. And those recommendations went nowhere. And this is what brought my attention that I need to get more involved and step up, because these recommendations just made sense about us creating a corridor district to improve Black businesses to sustain themselves and also preserve themselves. And by us lacking and moving slowly at that time, we still now see the decline. We've seen Marcus Books leave. We've seen many other businesses close, Chicago Barbershop. And this is what's motivating me, and this is why I'm running for D5. I think I have the answers. I think I have the experience, and I've been here all my life. I think I'm the son of the district, and I think I am the man for the job and know the people. And I'm an independent Democrat, and I'm just ready to pull up my sleeves and burn the midnight oil. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much.
So next we have Novula O'Mara, who's also running for D5.
Yes, I don't see her anymore.
Oh.
She was there.
So she was just texting me. She was having trouble finding the Zoom link. I texted it to her again and then emailed it to her again. So
Yeah,
hopefully
me too.
we'll see her in the next.
She came back. I think
Okay.
I'm gonna catch her.
She is Miss O'Mara on.
Let me find her.
But let me just start.
She's here. She's here.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Wanted to let you know that you have 10 minutes for the interview, 2 of which you will be allowed to make a presentation to let us know why you're running, and then you have 8 minutes from questions of members of the DCCC as well as from the general public. Fidel will be letting you know when your time is up for the 2 minutes, and then when it's getting close to 1 minute, he'll let you know, and he'll let you know when to stop. So with that, tell us why you're running for District 5.
Yeah, we can see
Hi,
you.
everyone.
Yeah.
Skipping. Something's up with the communication with your folks. I only just got the Zoom.
Some
answer questions, and it was quite a bit annoying actually. It's actually quite rude to not send candidates proper documentation so that they're interactive and can respond appropriately to questions. So let's get that out of the way. You may continue your question. I just wanted to preface it by saying that, if you're going to ask for certain protocol to be, or demand for certain protocol, then you should do the same. So
one of the things that we're asking, if you can just tell us why you're running for D5, and then we'll be opening up the questions to.
Absolutely.
Yes. So,
and this is no reflection on you, by the way. I just wanted to say, good morning, everyone. I hope that everybody is safe during this time of COVID. I understand that this is a time of uncertainty, not just for residents in San Francisco, but just globally as well. I think everyone is affected or knows someone who's been infected by the virus. And we live in precarious times. So I think as thinking individuals and hopefully as civilized individuals, we try to adhere to whatever social norms or practices that are being followed to keep us safe. So let's start with why I'm running. I'm mom, a single parent, or have been. My youngest is 12 now. So, but for the most part, I came to this country with my American husband. Let's see. I also have the worst that I've experienced, perhaps maybe, was homelessness. We overcame that within the space of a year. I'm an organizer and an activist in my community. I am also an organizer for ACE, which is the Alliance for Californians Community for Empowerment. It's a statewide organization that tries to stop people from being evicted. I'm also with ACE trying to have the rent strike continue for the next 15 months. We sort of are following the AB Assembly Ballot 1436. I did say to David Chu a few weeks ago that I think that the document is flawed, but for what we have now working, you can't actually expect people to pay their rents if they're out of a job and they're affected by COVID. So other things about me, I'm a member and worker at Local 2 Unite here. I've been there for 12 years. My greatest achievement has been getting more greater women representation into the union, which was sorely lacking. Fewer women, particularly immigrant women, had opportunities to work through Local 2. What's the other thing? I sit on the executive board of the Hobby Milk Democratic Club. On the Political Action Committee, I'm an organizer. I've also run for DCCC, got 19,000 votes, where I ran as an independent with a budget of less than 2,000.
So we're now going to open the questions to the DCCC.
Sure.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Our first question is from Member Barry.
Hi, Namvula. Good to see you here. I wanted to ask you, who was your first ranked choice for district attorney last year in San Francisco?
My first ranked choice has always and was always Chesa Boudin. I believe he has the most progressive measures, whether it's regarding the prison system, whether it's regarding defunding the police, which I think people need to be more educated upon. The trainings are really helpful in terms of understanding what the prison industrial complex and warehousing means, where companies, where the prison system has been privatized, actually profit. What it really is indentured labor servitude forever, and then you die. So, so having Chesa Boudin as a district attorney is probably one of the most progressive candidates we have in the city. Thank you for the question, Gloria.
Great. I don't see any other. Oh, here we go. Member Tung has a question.
Hi, Namvula. It's nice to meet you.
Hi.
I wanted to ask you a question that I've asked a couple of the other candidates about defunding the police, and where you just mentioned that it has a particular meaning. So what would you see that in terms of San Francisco, where does the defunding take place, and where does it get redirected, and how would that affect District 5?
Okay, so so there's several tools one should have to learn about how to get defunding on the road. One of the things to do is to demand the abolishment of the police system, the prison system. As far as defunding, we need to get budget cuts. So you cut the police budget and you redistribute that to, for instance, education, which has been, so how this is tied, so part of prison warehousing and that whole complex is that you have for years through the education system have children, particularly in Black schools where the people of color are entrenched. You have the continual guarding of children, strong police presence in schools. And what happens often in these school districts, children are being set up for failure. They're taken through the juvenile system. You had what was called the 3 strikes law, which we know that former President Clinton was vociferous in supporting. That 3 strikes law had the impact of putting a lot of Black children in jail. And so subsequent to that, the prison system became a revolving door in which that's all they experience, and thereafter death. So I want to read you an amazing quote by Angela Davis. So Sister Angela Davis says, the prison system doesn't actually, okay, here it is. Prisons do not disappear social problems, they disappear human beings. And so if that answers your question, there's a lot more I could say. I'm also very aware of time issues, but there's a whole slew of things I could talk about with defunding. If you guys are prepared to listen, we could go through it right now.
We don't have any other questions, so if you have anything else you'd like to say or a closing statement, free.
You have about 4 minutes left.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Nice to finally meet you, Nancy. I didn't know very much about you until some stuff came up. I'm very leery of the status quo that exists. And I think that this city and globally, we are on the cusp of change, a very, very progressive change, which is, long overdue. I think that the biggest issue that has come up probably in the last few months has been the defunding. So a lot of that we would look at, for instance, prison abolition. We'd be better off in a world without prisons. We need to look at reform, not just restorative justice, because even that's become slightly outmoded. So it's abolition, reformative justice. We need to get away from all the old stereotypes of how people who are poor, Black, or people of color were being targeted, or even the LGBTQ community, for instance, or even Native Americans. Our fundamental attitude as human beings has to change. Change comes from within. So we have to adopt a very proactive attitude towards a civilized society. And even though laws that, we have a constitutional document that's supposed to enshrine our rights, but even during slavery, that important document, by the way, did not fully support slaves or did not see us as full human beings. So the manner in which we conduct ourselves needs to be civilized. It starts from now. There are a lot of things that I want to do if elected for supervisor. I'm sure there are people who are more competent. I don't care about the fact that you are a lawyer. You don't have to be a lawyer to do this job. You have to have passion about redressing the social ills in society. So I think, yes, Dean is very good for this job. He's an amazing and a wonderful person. I think also, again, like Chessa, he's probably one of the more progressive people. But there are people like Daniel Landry, for instance, who's grown up in this community and deserves to, to have the votes and deserves to have his point of view shared amongst people. Then there's people like myself who I simply come from nowhere. South Africa, but nobody knew my name until I started running. So, we need to elect people of color, particularly Black women, particularly women of color. And I would say that my most important, what I want to gain traction on more than anything in this election is to create that Black New Deal. It's going to mean everything in terms of enhancing and empowering communities of color, Black people. That's the way to go. We have to go Black to the future.
Ms. Nabula, we do thank you for that, and I agree with a lot what you said, but we do have a question from a member of the public, and I want to give you a chance to answer that question.
Oh, sure.
About 45 seconds left, by the way.
I believe the question, is this a question here from Jordan Davis? She's asking, oh, sorry, I apologize. It was for our previous candidate. I was reading through the chat, but I could ask you the same question that, and if it's okay, that Jordan asked, do you support the real estate transfer tax and 10,000 social housing units that's going to be protected by this ballot measure? The proponent of this measure is Supervisor Preston.
If it leads to people having access to housing, I definitely support it, because we do have a crisis in the city of not just affordable housing, which is very important. There's issues there about redlining that I have my questions about, and that needs to be put in that measure, because redlining is the thing that's prevented a lot of people of color, a lot of Black people from actually owning something. This redlining goes way back to when the cubic laws were created in the 1800s, etc. So yeah, it's very important that the housing units are written with the express purpose of how is this housing going to be affordable to Black people, to people of color.
That's time.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Annabelle. It's a great pleasure meeting you finally. It's not like just a piece of paper like, oh, who's this person? So great. Thank you very much. Good to see you, Keith.
Thank you. With that, we are bringing Valley Brown as the next candidate running for supervisor in D5.
Valley Brown she's here and she's coming.
Hang on. Okay, am I on?
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Chair Campos and the DCCC committee. I really appreciate this opportunity to talk about why I'm running. Why am I running? I just feel experience matters. That especially in COVID, after the election last year where I lost by less than 200 votes, I wasn't even sure if I was going to run again, and then COVID hit. And I automatically jumped in as my activist spirit and worked with the food banks, volunteer getting food out to the most vulnerable, hygiene kits, because if you can't afford food, you definitely can't afford toothpaste and shampoo, getting the free lunches for the kids in the Western Addition and around. And when I kind of looked around, and especially with COVID, and I had businesses calling me, neighbors calling me for just all kinds of things, I realized that having someone in office that really knows the community and knows and has experience, it matters. It matters. I was a legislative activist for 25 years. Legislative neighborhood activist for 25 years. That matters. I was a legislative aide for 10 years. That matters. I was working in affordable housing for 2 years for the city. That matters. And then as supervisor, I passed 31 pieces of significant legislation on housing, homeless, women's reproductive rights, environmental, and Office of Racial Equity. I feel that experience matters. And so I jumped back in. And we're in a time right now of COVID that we've never seen before. And I really feel that it needs to be boots on the ground, but then also no City Hall. And so that's why I'm running. I feel experience matters, and I'm that person. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Our first question is from member Baraka.
Ms. Brown.
Yes.
My question revolves around an issue that you and I spoke about, and it was around racial equity in the fire department.
Yes.
And when our Black firefighters president, Captain Tillman, approached you about your lack of movement on that issue, follow-up, you said to him that you were displeased with my support of a previous ballot measure. And you were well aware of my support of that ballot measure when you got my #1 vote the last time, which you heavily politicked for. And I regret that, because you told Captain Sherman that you had a problem with that ballot measure, the same ballot measure you didn't have a problem with when you voted, when you wanted my vote. So I'd like you to explain that. And how can members of D5 trust you if you make statements like that and then change or flip the script, kind of similar to your issue around the tenant you evicted? So please help me understand the doublespeak.
Well, first of all, you know, I did, he asked me what I thought about that. And I said, I voted against that ballot measure. And I was disappointed that you were for the vaping, we're being paid for vaping. Because I said, I really believe in the work you do, you know, going into schools, getting volunteers to youth to think about being a firefighter. Now, I'm not, and you know, I voted against it. And I worked with Supervisor Walton to make sure that we got that through, the vaping ban. And so I was disappointed, but it wasn't disappointment in, you know, the politics. I was disappointed that you stepped into that, because I thought you were so powerful of going into schools and youth and trying to get them to really think about being a fire person. So for you to say I'm doublespeak, no, that wasn't doublespeak. Of course, we talked about this before, and I think I even mentioned to you that I was voting against it, and I was going to actively campaign against the against vaping, and we were going to do a vaping ban. So I'm sorry that you got this secondhand and you felt like, you know, that I was double speaking, but I didn't. I had my opinion and my views, and the way I voted was very public. And so I'm just surprised that you're trying to turn this around. Keith, I think you're a great guy. And I've even, you know, you and I have talked about a lot of different things of the fire department, and a lot of things that we felt that, you know, should have been done, things that you could have done to be more powerful in that role. And I really, you know, tried to help maneuver and help you with that. So I'm sorry that you feel that it was doublespeak, but it wasn't. I think you know very well that I was very much an opponent, pushing for the ban on vaping. And I was just, you know, and as a person between us, I was disappointed that you stepped up and you wanted, and you were lobbying and to push that through. Now, District 5 has a lot, you know, I got a lot of different comments and viewpoints from people in District 5 that was saying, oh, you know, vaping helped me quit smoking and all that. And I get that. But what we were really concentrating on was the youth. And so I don't think that that was doublespeak. I was very vocal about it. I was at press conferences about it. So I'm not really sure where, you know, where you're getting that message. And I'm sorry if you got a message that was negative, but wasn't negative. It was just disappointment, because I like you as a person, and I think you're a powerful representative to get youth into looking at coming into the fire department, especially youth of color.
Just to be clear, and thank you for that.
Yeah.
I'm not complaining. You had your vote on that. I'm not bringing, that's not the issue at hand. The issue at hand is that you knew where I stood on that issue, agreed to help me, but then used that Prop C, or the work that I did on Prop C, to state to Captain Sherman the reason why you weren't going to follow through on my inequity issues with the fire department was because I supported that. Now,
no, that's not true. That's not true. That wasn't, actually, you and I talked, and when we had said, I said I would definitely help in the way I could, and I did. And you actually I think you were actually moving forward, and then the chief, for whatever reason, and I wasn't involved in it, was upset about you being involved in the vaping ballot measure. And that I never talked to the chief about it. I never talked to the mayor about it. I never talked to any other fire person about it, but you. And then when Sherman asked me about this just a few months ago, I said, yeah, I was disappointed because I was so psyched, and I just felt like Keith is such a powerful role model, and really going into schools and talking to the youth about, especially youth of color, about coming into that department. It is so needed. So it was a conversation I had with Sherman that I would have with you or anybody else. It wasn't criticizing you. It was just disappointment, because I feel like you're really powerful. You would be very powerful.
I'm going to
Oh, sorry.
I think we have a lot more questions, and
Okay.
I appreciate both of you, but I think that DCCC members in general and the public have questions, and I want to give them an opportunity to ensure that they get their opportunity to ask the question. So
We have about 2 minutes, by the way.
So our next question is from member Tung.
Good morning, Valley. Thanks for joining us today. Your last question with member Baraka discussed issues of equity and racial equity within the fire department, and also, it's a very topical issue right now in our society at large. So I want to ask you about your vision for an office for racial equity, and what does that look like for District 5?
Well, when I first got into office, I had been talking about the racial equity because of District 5's large African-American community, and then other communities in the city, and just the suffering that was happening. And so myself and Supervisor Sandra Fewer talked about it and said, what we really should do is start an Office of Racial Equity, because I think everything that we look at in the city needs to be looked at with a racial lens. And so we passed the Office of Racial Equity, and my former aide actually went in and was recruited to be the director, Shakira Assembly. But I felt it was so important. And, it was really timely when we passed the Office of Racial Equity. Nobody knew COVID was going to hit. And then when COVID hit, actually Shakira Assembly she's been working with EOC and looking at everything that the city is doing with a racial lens, which is what we need to do throughout the city. And so for me, racial equity in District 5 is mainly about what has happened in the African-American community in District 5 through the years. And I know that the community really knows what they need, and they understand how they need to move forward. And the city has to be able to be supportive and put that racial lens in that mode. And so I was really proud that we passed the Office of Racial Equity. And I don't think it's very timely and all of these and the issues that we're looking at, whether that's, reforming the police, housing, homeless, everything we talk about, we should be talking about with a racial equity and with COVID. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I'll pass it now to Member Barry.
All right, everyone, we're almost halfway through. Thank you so much to Valley Brown. Next, we're going to move on to the candidates for District 7. First, we have up Myrna Melgar.
Can I ask just a process question?
Sure.
When are we going to take our 11:10 break? Did I miss it?
Yes, I would like to second that.
That was, we ended up having to use that kind of as like a buffer because we were running out of time. So that's a good question.
Okay, I would just like to say, I would like a break at some point, because I would like to make sure I hear everyone's comments today.
I'm okay if you guys take a break. I've been waiting here, but it's okay. Do you guys want to take a break? Keith needs to go to the bathroom, I think.
We are going to keep on going. I apologize.
Okay. All right. No, I'm all good too.
So at 12:50, we will take a break. And again, it may be a 5-minute break. I know we are running a little behind and want to make sure that we run this on a timely basis just to respect all of our times, but we will definitely take a break at 12:50. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
So hi everybody. I'm so sorry that you guys haven't taken a break. And I want to thank you so much for your dedication to the party to be here on a Saturday doing this right after another. So my name is Mirna Melgar. I'm running for District 7 out here in the southwest side of San Francisco. I've lived here for 10 years. All 3 of my girls have grown up in this house and gone to school in this district. I am a proud member of the Commodore Sloat Elementary School PCO and a mom in the Troop 88 that meets at Forest Hill Clubhouse. I immigrated to San Francisco when I was a kid from El Salvador. My family were war refugees, and the city has been good to me and my family, and this neighborhood has been good to me and my family. I'm running because the income inequality in our city is changing that calculation for new families coming in. And I want to use my skills and my experience, both professional and personal, to make sure that the next generation also has that same kind of opportunities as my family did. I have worked in nonprofits, labor, and local government my whole life. I am an expert in community economic development and affordable housing. I went to urban planning school on a scholarship from the AFL-CIO, who was my then employer, to study land use from a labor perspective. And I think that that's particularly pertinent to our time in San Francisco today, because it's all about how we're utilizing our resources. And one of the most valuable resources we have is land. And land has been used to displace communities, to advantage communities, and I'm bringing that expertise to make sure that as we pave our way out of this pandemic and into the future, we are doing it with a lens of equity, racial equity, and supporting people like me and my family to thrive into the next generation. So I'm also running. Oh,
that's 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So our first member with a question is Member William.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Mirna. Thank you for being here. Could you just talk a little bit about your experience in San Francisco, so the political community and all the, I know you've done a lot in our community and just organizing and just many, many years. So we'd just love to hear about that and your experience as a woman of color in the community.
Thank you, Chanel. I was the president of the Planning Commission for the past year. I was on the Planning Commission for 4 years, and before that on the Building Inspection Commission. Because of my expertise in land use, I have to tell you, most of these spaces are dominated by male voices and not by people of color. It is also a part of the reason why I'm running, because we have one woman of color right now on the Board of Supervisors, and she has publicly stated that her work environment is so toxic, she's not running again. And that pains me, you know, because I've been there for the past few years as a woman of color in decision-making spaces. And I want to make sure that we support the leadership of women of color in making decisions. I have been on the boards of directors of many nonprofit organizations and worked in nonprofit organizations and in labor. And I want to make sure that we support one another to make those decisions. Thanks for the question.
Great, thank you. Our next member is Member Tung with a question.
Good morning, Mirna. How are you?
Good morning.
So I know this is a kind of a hot topic in District 7. I wanted to ask you, how long have you lived in District 7, and what are your community ties specifically to District 7?
Mm-hmm. So we purchased our house in April of 2011. We live right in front of the sundial in Ingleside Terraces. As I said, all 3 of my children have attended school here in District 7, Lowell High School, Commodore Sloat Elementary School, and Lick Wilmerding High School. My faith community is in this district. I'm a member of Beth Israel Judea and Brotherhood Way. I'm a member of the YMCA, which is also very active. And like I said, I'm a troop mom and have lots of volunteer activities that I have done in this district through the YMCA, through my faith community, and through my kids' school.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Next question is from Member Loft.
Hello, Mirna. I'm asking this question, you know, parenting in the time of COVID and about our kids, right? You've talked about the school connections you have. I want to hear how you think remote and distance learning is going and how you'll be an advocate on the board for all kids and all families. I know that's been your background, and I'm just really interested in what you see your role on the board in sort of representing the voices of so many families that feel confused and scared about the future for all of our kids.
Thank you. So, you know, I'm a public school mom, and my kid is privileged because we have a strong Wi-Fi connection and a bunch of, you know, devices in my home. And so, you know, for us, even though distance learning is not the best for her, she's a bit very much an extrovert. You know, it's okay. You know, we'll be fine. As a executive director of the Jamestown Community Center, where I have been for 6 years, which serves almost exclusively low-income Latino and African American kids, when the shelter-in-place order came down, many of our kids did not have a Wi-Fi connection. Many of them did not have a computer at home. And I think it's inexcusable that at the heart of Silicon Valley, we don't have that very basic infrastructure set in place for our kids. So this is something that, you know, the PEEF should cover. I think our Department of Children, Youth, and Families should make sure that just like we sign kids up for kindergarten to college when they start school, they also get a device and a Wi-Fi connection, working with a community organization to make sure that the parents have basic digital literacy and that the kids can get on, because just like it's a pandemic, it could be an earthquake, it could be anything. It is basic infrastructure that our kids need just for equality.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Lovett has a question.
So in your recent role as executive director at Jamestown, you've had experience with serving communities, especially youth, who experience a lot of disparities. So now we have a huge budget deficit, right? And this really jeopardizes the budgets of a lot of the nonprofits that are supported. How do you plan to challenge the austerity that's implicit in these budgets, in which public education is already underfunded and nonprofits, especially serving youth, are at risk along with other programs?
Thank you, Lee. The first thing that I will say is that I support all the revenue measures that we are considering, all of them. I think we need them. And the second thing is that I support tapping into our rainy day funds because it's raining. I can't think of a more appropriate time to tap into them. And third, I do have a philosophical belief that when times are tough, you invest. Where we've seen the cracks in our society, where people are homeless, where people are food insecure, where there's disparity, those are the infrastructure cracks that we should be filling with resources. So we have a AAA bonding capacity. Let's use it. Let's push the limit of our bonding so that we can purchase equipment, so that we can, you know, build our infrastructure and provide municipal jobs. This is the time to do it. And so philosophically, I am sort of the opposite of austerity. I think if we look at the times in the past where we've had trouble, like the Great Depression, we got out of it by investing in our, you know, federal highway system, by doing all of the things that we needed to do to get people jobs. So I realized that our local government cannot incur debt in the same way as the federal government, which is why we should all be working to elect a Democratic president. But nevertheless, we can use our bonding capacity and we can make choices about where we're spending our dollars. And I think we should be spending more, not less.
Thank you. And Member Morales has a question.
Hi.
Hi.
Great to see you here.
You too.
I actually wanted to defer to Jordan's question about, do you support the 30 Right Now campaign and movement to help get rents down to 30% of income for all supportive housing tenants, especially those in SROs? And how would you push for the funding?
Yes, I do support that. I think they're the
about
most,
1 minute, by the way.
Yeah, the most vulnerable members of our society. And where I would get it from in the budget, I can't sort of give you a an answer right off that because the budget is such a complicated and it moves all the time. And for those of us who have been aides at the board, we know it all moves fast, but definitely I support that.
Great.
45 seconds left.
45 seconds. We have, I guess we have time for one more question from Eric. He asks, please discuss your past housing justice organizing experience and how you relate to the Black Lives Matter and youth-led climate crisis movements today.
Well, that's a lot in 45 seconds. So I have been active in affordable housing spaces. I was the director of St. Peter's Housing Committee, which then merged with Just Cause to create Causa Justa Just Cause. So I've done a lot of tenants' rights organizing. I've organized to create and support the San Francisco Community Land Trust. I've been a very active member of the co-op movement in getting financing for co-ops. When I went to planning school, I wrote my master's thesis on union pension fund investment into affordable housing. So that is my thing. And as far as the movement towards, criminal justice reform, I've, as I said, worked at the Jamestown Community Center, where we have advocated for restorative justice, conflict resolution, decriminalization of youth, particularly in the San Francisco Unified School District. And I am so happy that the school district finally finalized breaking ties with the police and ending the MOU and moving towards a better world where we don't criminalize youth.
That's time.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up is Joel Ingardio.
Let me see if he's here.
And while we're bringing him on board, I do want to apologize to members. We did have a scheduled break, and that's pretty much why I was a stickler on time for the candidates, not to for any other reason, but to keep moving through the time frames we had allotted to each candidate. Are they there, Karima?
Yes. I cannot find him yet.
I see
him.
him.
Yes, I see him. Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, Joel. Welcome. You have 10 minutes. The first 2 minutes is your introductory statement. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Hi, everyone. I'm Joel Ingardio. I'm running for supervisor in District 7 on the west side, so families can afford to live and feel safe in San Francisco. I'm focused on families because they often feel ignored by City Hall, especially when it comes to issues like housing and schools and quality of life. We're facing massive budget deficits because of the pandemic, so we need to focus on getting the basics right: clean and safe streets, more effective and efficient services. We need to save small businesses. We need to change how policing is done. I've lived in San Francisco 22 years. My husband, Lionel, is an immigrant from Taiwan. I grew up in the General Motors factory town, Saginaw, Michigan. I was raised by two single women, my mom and grandmother. My mom cleaned houses for a living, so they didn't have much money or education and definitely no connections, but they taught me how to make the most of our resources and how to get things done with that. And so I've carried that ethos with me, and I think City Hall can use that too. I went to college on scholarship. I've worked at the ACLU. I've worked as a journalist and a community advocate. And so all those jobs had one thing in common, which was giving people a voice. And so I hope to continue doing that as a supervisor.
Great, thank you. Our first question is from member Tung.
Hi, Joel. I was going to say good morning, but it's the afternoon now. So good afternoon. This question I'm going to ask to all the D7 candidates who are coming up. The question is about your connections to District 7. How long have you lived in the district, and what are your specific community ties to the district?
Yeah, I'm coming up on 10 years. Next year will be a decade in the district. I was originally in Golden Gate Heights. My husband and I rented in Golden Gate Heights, and then we were fortunate enough to buy a house further west near Lowell High School. And my ties to the district: when I was in Golden Gate Heights, I was a member of the Golden Gate Heights Neighborhood Association. I was on their board. And then with Emily Morase, who's also running in District 7, because I'm now her neighbor, we live in the same neighborhood. And together we spun up or started the Resilient Lakeshore. So Resilient is this program where the neighbors come together to help each other in times of crisis. So normally it'd be if an earthquake came, but we did it because of coronavirus. So definitely connected to my neighborhood. And I do a morning run every day around Lake Merced.
All right,
Great,
thanks,
thank you. We have a member of the public with a question. Jordan asks, you said that D7 should not be an ATM for City Hall. Do you not support funding for neighborhoods that are lower income and thus don't have high tax revenues?
Yeah, that's a great question because District 7 is unique. I would be representing a district that is almost 70% homeowner. And so a lot of the homeowners here often feel like an ATM because they're the engine or paying, you know, a lion's share of the funding for City Hall. So when I say that, what I mean is I'm not against paying taxes or funding for services, but I just want to make sure we're getting the most out of our dollars, that the people who live in District 7 who are paying in feel like, oh, okay, the streets are paved, the potholes are filled, like the basic services are covered, so they can feel good about paying their property tax.
Great, thank you. Member Barry has a question.
Hi, Joe. My question is, who did you vote for first ranked choice for district attorney last year?
Oh, Nancy Tung. Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions right now in the chat. Oh, Member Baraka has a question.
Hey, Joel.
Hi.
We've worked together on Alice Board for a few years. You're not a member right now because you're running for office, but you know, I respect the work that you do in the community, Joel. But I have some problem with some of the support oppose questions. I see that you left several blank. Is there a reason why you did that? And if so, here's your chance to say why you don't believe or you do believe in 100% affordable housing, civil or criminal penalties for sitting lying on the streets. Questions number 22, 23, 24, 25 to be exact. So can you tell us why, or if you come to a conclusion?
Sure, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I was trying to be mindful, like when I would say support or oppose, then it was like clear cut, right? And so, you know, so for many of them, it was a very clear cut answer. The ones I left blank, it was, to me, there was some nuance. There was, you know, like, do I support 100% affordable housing? I would love to have everyone be able to afford to have housing in San Francisco. But what does that mean? What is the definition of affordable? Like, there's so many avenues to get there, right? So it was just,
it seems pretty straightforward. Is it a crime to be poor, or is it not a crime to be poor?
No, I mean, I advocate for more housing in San Francisco because at all price points, because we want to be able to provide for everyone to be able to live here. I want essential workers to be able to live here. I mean, families, everyone should have a shot at living here. So it's a way of like, how do we make that happen, right? Like we're all Democrats, we're different shades of blue. We have different ways that we want to address the issue. But I think our goals are the same, that we want to have a city that's, you know, that can welcome everybody, you know, even newcomers too.
No, and I hear you, and thank you for that, Joel. But number 23 is pretty straightforward. Do you think that it's a crime to be poverty?
Oh, I see. Right. I
think that's a straightforward answer. And I would like to know where you stand on that. I think that's really important for.
Yeah, I think with 23, so this is about civil or criminal penalty for sleeping, sitting, or lying on the street. You know, it's not safe, it's not sanitary, it's not like to have tent encampments on the sidewalks and on the street, right? And I know we're in this crisis right now, and I would like to see more creative ways that we could solve it. You know, Senator Dianne Feinstein talked about the Cow Palace and its vast parking lot. Like that could be a great area to have social distancing and have lots of space and wraparound services, and so not people aren't piled up on the sidewalk. And then there's the issue of, and why I left this blank is there's the issue of criminal activity does happen in these places, and the open air drug dealing and things that are just harmful to everybody involved. So I just needed some nuance in there to make sure that, you know, we could, you know, make sure that we're not enabling any criminal activity. but I want solutions. I want people to be healthy and safe and alive in San Francisco. So when, you know, if we can think outside the box and think of a way, oh, can we use the Cow Palace parking lot? Like, that would be fantastic if we could, right? So I want to like think through how we can actually make lives better for people.
I understand. Sometimes as politicians, we have to make tough decisions, and I just want to, and I'm not trying to, you know, be a mean guy here, that it's important that you either are on one side or the other, and you have to make that decision, and that's what we have to do as leaders.
Yeah,
So
no, I hear you, and I'm on the side of like saving lives. Like I want people to be well and healthy in San Francisco, and so I want to, you know, be open-minded and in the right avenue to do that.
Great. I want to make sure we have time for, we have another question from Member Morales.
1 minute left.
Hi, Joel. I'll try to be quick. So here's I'm prefacing my question, the context. The question is, do you believe in equity? Why am I asking this? Because I am a renter and I am an immigrant. I have been in San Francisco for 19 years. And every rent that I have paid has always been over 30% of my income for the entire time I have been here, right? And I believe that the money that I give to whatever landlord I rent from goes to the taxes that they pay. So I don't think that it's only homeowners that are contributing to City Hall's budget. And so that really kind of hurt me because I wish I could be a homeowner and I cannot. As a woman who's queer, who doesn't have any family here, I really don't have a way to do that. And so what do you believe in equity? What do you think about equity in terms of if you were to be a supervisor at City Hall?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's a really good question, an important question. And when I was talking about homeowners, I was just referring to, as a District 7 supervisor, I would represent about 70% homeowners. So I'm not talking about landlords. These are just people who pay property tax on their home. So I just wanted to be mindful of the constituents of District 7. But I've been a renter for a long time, and I understand, like, and I want everyone to have, you know, like you had mentioned, you would love to own a home. Like, I would love to find pathways for everyone could be a homeowner, right? And you know, we have some of the strongest tenant protection in San Francisco. I believe in rent control. I've benefited from rent control, and you know, so people who are in rent control should be able to stay in it, so they can, it's security to stay in the city. And if there's a pathway to home ownership, that's even the most permanent form of rent control, if you can become a homeowner. So I want to find ways. So, and early on, I was a proponent of building housing, even on the west side where a lot of people didn't want housing. So I was willing to build 5-6 stories of housing on transit corridors when that was, unheard of. So I want to find ways to so people can have housing in San Francisco. Absolutely.
Thank you so much, Joel. Timekeeper Fidel, is the time up?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Joel. Next we have Ben Matranga.
And I just have a protocol question. I reached out to you, Member Barry, while we're waiting. Are there rules of how we're supposed to engage when with questions? Are we allowed to interrupt? Are we not supposed to interrupt? I think just generally, I prefer to wait for someone to answer the question. Is there a method we're supposed to be following, Member Barry or Co-Chair Barry?
Well, like I said back to you, that I definitely agree that we should not interrupt candidates. And that was borderline interruption. So moving forward, we definitely want to make it clear that we want to make sure the candidate finishes their last part of their answer, and then we will go ahead and do a follow-up if that's necessary.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Can you all hear me? Perfect.
Yes. Well, welcome. I'm sure you caught on that you got 10 minutes. The first 2 minutes is for your introductory statement, and you may begin.
Perfect. Well, thank you all very much. I am certainly an extrovert and love high fives and hugs and handshakes. So this is a new way of operating, but thank you all for giving up a portion of your Saturday to do this. My name is Ben Matranga, and I'm running for District 7 Supervisor to keep San Francisco affordable, to keep families in District 7. I'm born and raised in District 7. I'm a 5th generation San Franciscan. My wife and I both went to local schools. We met in high school, and we both have spent our careers in public service. My background is I've built organizations and companies and government initiatives around solving problems. I believe in rolling up your sleeves and getting in there. The only way we actually make progress is by doing that and by doing that together. Previously, I served on Mayor Ed Lee's staff. I was the city's first street safety director and helped roll out the Vision Zero program. For those of you that know about Vision Zero, 14 different departments coming together to achieve the objectives around that. We were able to do 13 miles of street safety improvements on time and under budget. It is possible. And I think what's important is clarity of mission. I think oftentimes, there's a lot of different opinions, but at the end of the day, we need to come together with the clarity of focus. And I think that's more than anything what a supervisor provides. Look, I'm running to be a neighborhood supervisor. We have district elections in San Francisco, and I've spent my life living in District 7, but more importantly, volunteering and fighting for the concerns of my neighbors. And I want to go down to City Hall because I think more than anything, they want an independent voice. They're frustrated. They see that, certainly the conditions on our streets, but just the compassion that we deal with, the lack of focus on just achieving results. The number one thing isn't who's right and wrong, it's did we help the person out that needed an exit from homelessness? And right now,
2 minutes.
That's getting attention. So with that, let me pass over to you guys and please fire off questions.
Great. Our first question is from Member Tung.
Good morning, Ben. Sorry, good afternoon, Ben. So I'm asking this of all the District 7 supervisor candidates because I think this is an important issue, particularly within your district. Can you tell us how long you've lived in District 7 and what community ties do you have to the district?
Yeah, so I grew up in the district. My parents are still on Castaneda and Pacheco, 6 blocks away. Both of them worked for the city. My mom was in the Department of Public Health, helped run the Tobacco Free Project here in San Francisco. And my dad was in the controller's office, safeguarding taxpayer dollars. So I've also, I think more importantly, just been very involved. I sit on the board of the Greater West Portal Neighborhood Association. I helped roll out the largest COVID-19 response effort in District 7. I set up Resilient West Portal 3 years ago. Look, there's people that join organizations when it comes time to run for office, and that's just not who I am. I've been in the district my whole life. I care about my neighbors, not because they can advance my objectives, because I think we actually working together can make a lot of progress. And I think, I'll give you one story because I think it's incredibly important. 2010, everyone across the city spectrum came to West Portal Playground to launch a bond initiative. And at that announcement, they said, if we pass this bond measure, we're going to build this playground. Took more than 10 years, and that playground just broke ground. At the time, it was $1 million to rebuild that playground. Now it's over $3 million. That benefits no one. And what we do know is that extra $2 million of waste means different parks across the city couldn't get rebuilt. I'm running because I want to solve problems like that. And I know that all of the tens of thousands of hours that our neighborhood put in to get that done didn't need to happen, shouldn't need to happen if we had a supervisor that was responsive and on the ball.
Thank you. Our next question is from Member Mahogany.
Hi, thank you. I just actually want to uplift Ms. Jordan Davis's question. Do you support Prop 21 or more broadly repealing Costa-Hawkins? And if it passes, would you support strengthening rent control at the local level?
Yeah, I mean, look, I've always been supportive of rent control in San Francisco. I think it's incredibly important in a city to be able to keep folks in their homes. And it is what creates the cultural, economic diversity of cities and of San Francisco. And I think it's, one point that we often miss is, everyone on this call and everyone in San Francisco chooses to live in a city. And we choose to live in a city because we want that diversity of, how you get around and the mode you travel in, the diversity of food you eat, the diversity of cultures and economic diversity. And I think having rent control is one critical piece to make sure that we keep and maintain that diversity in San Francisco.
Great. Member Lee has a question.
Yeah, hey Ben, good afternoon. So you ran for this office 4 years ago. Obviously, the context of the world has changed, and I feel like, we've been pushed more and more progressive on issues, whether it's policing, around homelessness, around housing, especially here in San Francisco. Do you feel like your views have changed at all as, San Francisco has shifted on some issues? If yes, why? If no, why not?
Yeah, it's a great question. Look, I think anyone that's not changing their views isn't being intellectually honest, intellectually curious. That's part of human nature. And I think we should all expect that of anyone that seeks to serve the public, that they're constantly listening, that they're open to input. Look, I ran in 2016 because I didn't think enough was getting done. And I got the second most votes with the exception of Norman Yee when you redistribute after ranked choice. So I think we had a good showing against an incumbent, and I've enjoyed working with Norman Yee on a lot of different issues. I think he's done a tremendous job with participatory budgeting, and I would certainly continue that. And I would look for those common areas of interest. Certainly we're in a moment right now, not only in San Francisco, but across the country with Black Lives Matter. And I think it's important that we don't lose the opportunity. And I talk about the difference between the movement and the moment and making sure that moment becomes the movement. We have the most consolidated form of municipal government in the world, in the United States. And what that means is how we coordinate around any issue, whether that's criminal justice, whether that's health and human services to help our homeless people. We have the opportunity to work together better than any other jurisdiction in the United States. So I think we should hold ourselves to a standard to be able to achieve those objectives. And certainly, whether it's around criminal justice or homelessness, would want to lead on that.
Great. Member Loftus has a question.
Hey, Ben. My question is about public education and, parenting in the time of Corona. I know that you're a recent new dad, and like many parents across the city are looking to the future and thinking about, how we're going to deliver for all of our kids in San Francisco, not just some of them. And so what do you think your role is, if elected, to be a supervisor in ensuring that our public education system is strong and well-funded and able to provide for the future of our city?
Thank you. Thank you, Susie. And I think one thing I want to make absolutely clear is I want to make sure every kid that grows up in San Francisco, regardless of where you grow up, you have an equal shot at opportunity. And I think that comes through our public schools, but it's also kind of all of the services, that we provide, open space, libraries, et cetera. And I think specifically around schools, I have 3 generations in my family that live in District 7. And what it means is you get to hear the spectrum of issues that people are concerned about, whether that's seniors, new parents. My sister has 3 kids in school now. And, one of the consistent things I've heard from public school parents just over the past few weeks is the lack of coordination and proactive approach from the school district is what frustrated them. I think we all can accept that no one expected a pandemic, and everybody wants, teachers and students to be safe. But I'll give you one simple example. There's a mother whose kids go to Hoover who, one kid's teacher was using Google Meet, the other one's using Zoom, the other one's using Microsoft Teams. So the student had to navigate all 3 of those different platforms because there was no standard set of these are the tools we're going to use to do distance learning. That's a real easy, simple thing where district leadership coming out and saying, here's the norms, let's empower teachers, let's make sure students are on the same page. That's where leadership, I think, comes in and has been missing. And I hope they can turn it around before the school year starts. I will also say, both my grandparents and uncles spent their entire careers working in the school district. And I know, our schools operate because we have some of the most phenomenal teachers around. We should absolutely pay them more and make sure they can stay in San Francisco. But we need to be ensuring that they have the resources and tools to help our students.
Thank you, Ben.
Thanks.
Thank you. Member Baraka.
That's time, actually.
That's time. Okay.
Thank you all. It's always an open door. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming. Our next candidate for the District 7 supervisor race is Velasca Wen.
Alaska. I see him. Velasca, can you hear us? I cannot see or hear him. I think we can hear you.
Can you hear us, Wen, Velasca?
I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. I think he had a, maybe us is here, but you cannot connect. You cannot hear him or see him.
Do you see Emily Morase in the room?
Emily Morales, yes, I see her.
Well,
So
let's bring her on and go forward and let Velasca work on any connectivity issues he has, if that's okay with Emily Morase.
Emily should be with us right now. Emily, can you see us and hear us?
Yes, yes, I
Great.
can see everybody, everybody's beautiful faces.
Emily Morase, this is Gloria Berry. Are you fine with coming on 3 minutes earlier?
It's fine. Ready?
Okay, so 10 minutes, your first 2 minutes, your introductory statement, and then the questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me today. I am Emily Murase. As many of you know, I served as director of the Department on the Status of Women for 15 years, preceded by 6 years as a women's commissioner and later 2 terms on the school board, including as president. I'm also on the board of Democratic Women in Action, the only chartered Democratic women's club in San Francisco, and was appointed by Madam Speaker Nancy Pelosi as a delegate to the California State Party Convention. I have worked alongside many of you to help make San Francisco a better place. As I was leaving city service in March, the pandemic hit and I had a decision to make. Do I collect farewell certificates and lovely bouquets and find a comfortable job in the private sector to ride out into retirement? Or do I lean into this unprecedented crisis? I felt a very, very strong calling to leverage my experience in service to my neighbors, my community, and our beloved city. Many people have asked me why I didn't jump into the race earlier. The truth is I didn't have the bandwidth to consider it last year. All last year, my family was dealing with my teenage daughter, whose late diagnosis of ADHD, major depression, and anxiety manifested in self-medication and eventually addiction. My daughter found her way out of depression and anxiety in wilderness therapy, and she's now thriving in recovery and resilience program for young adults. So given the pandemic, San Francisco needs the same recovery and resilience. Since March, I organized neighbors to create Resilient Lakeshore, our neighborhood response to COVID. I'm the best candidate for District 7 supervisor because I have the most experience. I'm the only candidate who has been elected to public office by nearly 70,000 votes in 2010 and over 80,000 votes in 2014.
That's 2 minutes.
I respectfully ask for your support and vote.
Great, thank you. To start off, we have a question from member Tom.
Good afternoon, Emily. Thank you for your years of service to the city. I have a question that I'm asking all of the District 7 candidates for supervisor because it is such a, I think, a very important issue in District 7. Could you tell us how long you have lived in the district and what your community ties are specifically to District 7?
Yeah, so I'm a 40-year resident of San Francisco. My family has lived in Lakeshore neighborhood of District 7 for 15 years. My spouse and I raised our now adult daughters here in District 7. I served on the board many years ago of the Lakeshore Acres Improvement Club. That's a neighborhood association club. I served as secretary. And unfortunately, that group has really undergone lots of transition. And so in response to the COVID pandemic, I had to start from scratch, basically, with recruiting volunteers to do wellness calls to seniors. And we did put out 1,200 door hangers to residents about the city's COVID response, what do's and don'ts. And we created a website with resources. And so one of my concerns is that there's some very well organized neighborhoods. Marilyn Park is very well organized. And then there are less organized neighborhoods. And it's so critical in this pandemic. But I also have very good relations with the educational institutions in D7. We're very fortunate to have San Francisco State. My father was a longtime professor there. I'm a lecturer in the School of Social Work. And then I've also partnered with the faculty at City College. Sexual assault on campuses is a big issue for every campus, but they have a great program, Project Survive at City College, and partnered very closely with them to bring victim voices to the table.
Great, thank you. Next, member Loftus has a question.
Hi, Dr. Murase. It's good to see you. My question is really about our public education system, and you have a unique background coming with your background on the school board. But this is illustrated. Some schools, usually private schools or Catholic schools, adapted pretty quickly to remote learning in a way that our public schools just didn't have the resources to do. And I think, having been in the position you've been in, are you also frustrated with how distance learning went, in particular as an equity issue for our kids who in the Southeast sector and the Tenderloin didn't even have hotspots and were expected to get on a Zoom? So I want to know if you're frustrated with it, and then if so, what you think your role as a supervisor would be in addressing it and ensuring we have a quality education for all of our kids, not just some of them.
Yeah, thank you, Susie. I have always been concerned about the inequities in our public school system, and the pandemic sort of just ripped off the Band-Aids that we've been putting on to some of these challenges. I know that the district has worked very hard to try to get devices to every student, but then there's a problem of connectivity, even among some of our hardworking faculty and staff. So I would propose, even though I'm no longer a school board member, but I think we have to recognize that there's unevenness, and some kids can be at home, but there are certain kids where it's better to be at a school site with Wi-Fi, with a device. So I would support something like a learning center for those students who need to get connectivity, even some teachers, paras, other faculty who need, and staff who need connectivity. And people would be, with their headphones and engaging in learning, but we have to address the fact that not everyone has the same set of resources. And it just really exposed how ill-prepared the school district is. And it's really pushing the school district to get up to speed on technology. I mean, there's really no excuse. We're, right next to Silicon Valley. Like, why aren't we the most technically savvy school district? So when I was on the school board, we did hire a new chief technical officer, Melissa Dodd, who has made it her mission to make sure every school has Wi-Fi, that there are sufficient devices. The school district has not reached one-to-one parity yet, but that needs to be absolutely a priority.
Thank you.
Our next question is from member Morales.
Hi, Dr. Murase. It's good to see you. I respect so much the work you've done at DOSW. That's of course how I met you, because I worked 10 years in domestic violence services and organizing. And I have a few questions that are perhaps a little hurtful to the heart to me. And one is, I'm going to lift up Jordan's question around the fact that you endorsed 2 years ago Josephine Zhao, who made very transphobic remarks. And I don't think that you at any point have apologized for that. And in fact, I think you appointed her to a school board committee, and that seems pretty rough. And so I'm wondering where you stand with that now. And also in terms of coming on to the Board of Supervisors, I understand that part of the work is right neighborhood specific, but the other part of the work is around citywide policy and protecting all of us. And I know that at times we've talked actually about differences in strategy and how you believe that perhaps working with an institution, let's say the police department or a corporation, around any controversial issue until they are ready to make voluntary action. That's part of the strategy you've mentioned to me that works for you. And for me, I'm about let's create legislation and people need to follow the law and do what they're supposed to do now and be forced to do what's right. So I'm wondering where you stand on those two issues at the moment. Thank you, Dr. Murase.
Sure. I condemn any kind of anti-LGBT homophobia statements by people running for office or seeking candidacy or in any context. I did appoint Josephine Zhao, that was before the controversy started. And I had many, many, many conversations with Josephine, and she has really tried to sit and understand the issue. She hadn't had much exposure. She didn't grow up with friends who were struggling with gender identity, who were coming out of the closet, as many of us have. So she had a very different experience. So I apologize if my lack of being clear on this has hurt anybody. I don't intend that at all. I condemn anti-LGBTQ pronouncements by all means. But what I did find was Josephine was willing to open up. She's reached out to different communities, wanted to hear about people's experiences, and I think she has a much different understanding of that episode now. On your second piece about, if I'm understanding it correctly, it's, do you bring change from the outside or from the inside? And I think there are, it's a balance. So for example, your leadership on anti-human trafficking, and also looking at the sex workers needing to make living was really important. And so actually, when we launched the Mayor's Task Force on Anti-Human Trafficking, we were protested by sex workers who felt like full and vigorous enforcement of anti-human trafficking would take away their livelihood. So what did we do? We brought them in. We brought in Sex Worker Policy Impact Committee to hear those voices, because I'm a firm believer in bringing together people of different perspectives to come to a better understanding. And one of the things that the sex workers talked about was how they were being arrested by police when actually they were asking police for protection from rape, from crime, from assault, things like that. And so actually I brought sex workers with us to meet with Chief Scott on multiple occasions to advocate, because everyone should have police protection, not just certain people. And I was very happy to say that the police district attorney's office changed their policy about making their services available to sex workers as well. And then that was taken to the state and became state law. So that's an example of how I want to bring different voices to the table and make an impact. I agree with you. On the issue of police brutality, there is no room in SFPD for police brutality. So that needs to be called out, punished, like really, we need to make this statement, enforce the law on police brutality. There is no excuse for abuse of the authority that we are giving to individuals in public safety.
That's time.
Great. Thank you so much. And And that's time. Are we going to hear from Velasca now?
Yes, he's
Yes.
here. Okay, he's here. Thank you, Velasca Wynn. We understand technical difficulties. The procedure is 10 minutes, your first 2 minutes, your introductory statement, and then 8 minutes of questions, and you may begin at this time. And after when Velasca Wynn goes, we will do a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Gloria. My family fled Vietnam during the fall of Saigon, and my family immigrated after spending some time in a refugee camp to Anchorage, Alaska. And that's where I was born. My parents named me after the Inuit word for mainland Alaska and their home country, Vietnam. And that's how they came up with my name, Velasca. I grew up in the public school systems and went to the University of Washington, where I majored in American ethnic studies. Despite my parents' objections and reservations, it was the best decision of my entire life. My parents were both strong union folk. My dad was a career longshoreman, and my mother spent her entire career working the graveyard shift at the post office. So they instilled a really deep respect for public service. So when I graduated college, I worked at the Commission on Asian Pacific American Affairs, where I specifically advocated and protected API families. I graduated from the University of San Francisco School of Law in 2004, and I've been at the San Francisco Public Defender's Office for over 15 years, where I handle serious trial felonies. I think that San Francisco is in a real crisis. We have 4 department heads and counting that have been ousted due to corruption in the last 4 to 5 months. We have a pandemic with no end in sight, and we have protests on the street, people demanding change from years of systematic racism and a broken justice system. We need leadership who is willing to be bold and push against the status quo and make real change. Look, I'm a public defender, but I'm a public defender that is for District 7. I'm running for supervisor because I believe in putting families first. And I mean all types of families that make our city great, like big families, extended families, single parent families, families with no kids. The pandemic has helped remind all of us just how important every type of family is to our great city. That's why I am running for supervisor. I will take my 15 years of experience addressing crime, homelessness, and discrimination to fight and make sure that our families are getting the support that they need as we rebuild our economy. And I respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Our first question is from Member Barry.
Hi, Mr. Nguyen. I've been asking other candidates who they supported for DA last year, but that would be rhetorical to ask you that question. So I'd like to, as the chair of the DCCC Black Lives Matter committee, I would like to ask you, how do you believe you will support the Black Lives Matter movement?
Black Lives Matter is an acknowledgement that this country from its inception has enslaved, oppressed, and discriminated against the Black community solely based on the prejudice of their skin. I've worked as a public defender for the past over 15 years, where I've seen on a daily basis just how broken our system is and how our systematic racism has led just to the disparity and the marginalization of our Black community. I am fully committed to make sure that we reform our system. And that really begins with working with the community and making sure that reform measures are not only talked about, but are really followed through. And that means police accountability. That means having a really strong police commission where folks are committed to real police reform. It means that we don't just say, hey, we're going to hold police officers who engaged in misconduct accountable, but actually following through and being true to our word. And what I think has been missing is leadership at City Hall. And I'm the only candidate with this much comprehensive and substantive criminal justice experience And I have over the years brought stakeholders to the table, from, prosecutors, police officers, parole officers, judges, social workers. And I believe everyone can agree that we need change now. And if, we're putting up signs of Black Lives
Any
Matter
idea?
on our windows, then we really need to
How do
follow
you
through
say
on our
keep?
action.
Great, thank you. Our next question is from member Mahogany.
Hi, thank you. We've talked a little bit about COVID-19 on this call. And one of the things that we have seen in San Francisco is the tremendous increase in the number of people living on our streets, number of people who are forced to live in tents. And I think there's a lot of reasons why that happens. One of the reasons is as people are sheltering in place, whether it be in SROs, whether it be in their homes, people who are otherwise couch surfing, which is a type of homelessness that I think is very much undercounted, are no longer able to stay in those spaces and then are forced to instead live on the streets. And this is something that's prevalent amongst all communities, especially oppressed groups, but we also know that this disproportionately impacts LGBT people, and especially LGBT youth. So my question to you is, what can we do to specifically address the COVID-related increase in homelessness in San Francisco?
I think this is a really important question. In terms of homelessness, it's such a staggering and complicated issue. I'm proud to be the only candidate that is supportive and receptive to having a navigation center in District 7. I believe that District 7 has a growing population of families and seniors who live in their vehicles. And as you said, there is the unhoused population that are couch surfing, and we can't neglect and ignore that growing issue. I feel here in District 7, we have an obligation to make sure that the homeless problem is addressed in this particular district, meaning students that are at City College don't have to live and sleep in their cars or couch surf. Families who are struggling to get by, who are also living house to house, car to car. But I'm also really proud of my prior work with the Clean Slate Unit of the Public Defender's Office, where I specifically worked with cleaning up individuals' records at the LGBT Center, where I was removing, deleting arrests, expunging convictions, allowing our community to access really needed social family services, and not only get off the street, but stay off the street by gaining employment. So I'm really proud of the experience that I personally had at the Public Defender's Office for over a decade, helping hundreds and hundreds of folks get off the street, specifically from the LGBT community. And that's something that I am going to commit to, and particularly prioritizing the needs of the homeless population here in District 7.
Great, thank you. I think member Tung is next up.
Hi, Velasca, how are you?
Hi, Nancy.
So I'm really familiar with having worked with you in the district attorney's office and your role as a public defender. And I think that when we talk about the District 7 supervisor, community really matters. And I know this has been an issue in some of the debates that have come up. And so I'd like you to address how long you've actually lived in the district and what specific community ties you have to District 7.
Absolutely. Thank you for answering or asking that question, Nancy. So my family lived near City College for about a decade. My community ties, like I said, I've been really proud about the clinics I've run for Clean Slate. And I've run a Clean Slate clinic from City College, helping the students expunge convictions, delete their arrests. And I've also started a mock trial workshop at 826 Valencia, which I brought to my children's school, excuse me. And I've been teaching that mock trial workshop for the kids in district in my school for the past 6 to 7 years. I've also coached my daughter's basketball team for the past 7 years. And I'm really proud of my family's involvement in the community. My wife is also part of the school board here in the district. So I know that, all the parents can attest and reinforce this concern. I had a 12-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son sharing a bunk bed in one room, and we moved closer to their school so that they could have more space and that we could be relatively close to their school. So we've been living in the district for about 8 months now.
About
Thank
1
you for
minute
that.
left.
Thank you. I think up next, Member Morales has a question.
Oh my God, I don't know how to do my question in 1 minute. Okay, I have 2 questions, or maybe a question and a comment. So one is around equity, and I asked that to another candidate before. And again, I'll preface this with the fact that I have been a renter for the entire 19 years that I've been in San Francisco. And that doesn't mean that I am some like person who gets money from the City Hall ATM. I think that's very insulting. That's what I think. So I wonder, number one, what's your stance on equity being, you know, somebody who's running in a mostly homeowner district, right? And also talking about money, like what are your thoughts around how to bring more money into the city? Do you think that we should have an austerity kind of policy that already the executive is moving towards around cutting services, or what is your position around that?
Thank you for the 2-part question. Answer your first question. I think it's really important to not create divisions between renters and homeowners, because I feel like you know, there are a lot of people suffering, including homeowners who are you know, struggling to make their mortgage payments. I'm a firm believer that we shouldn't be dedicating our entire income or salaries to be covering our mortgage or rent. What I've seen here in the district, particularly in the Inner Sunset and in Park Merced, we have renters that are already displaced and many who are on the brink of permanent displacement, which is why I'm proud to be a supporter of, you know, rent moratorium, not only during this time of crisis during COVID, but even post-COVID. We can all agree that we are not out of the woods by any means, and we are going to have to come together to make sure that renters and even homeowners don't suffer the consequence of displacement. I'm really proud to have the #1 endorsement from the San Francisco Tenants Union and also Supervisor Dean Preston. And that's always going to be my #1 priority, to make sure that families don't get displaced, students aren't displaced, and that we can keep the integrity of our community. I think right now, as we're on the brink
I'm sorry
of—
to interrupt, but that is all the time that we have.
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone, to the members of the DCCC and to the public. We are going to break until 1:20. I apologize to any candidates whose times got pushed back, but please believe that in the past, I've seen different clubs do much worse. I think we're doing a great job, and I'm so thankful to so many members that participated today. It's been a really great interview session. So 1:20, I got my little snacks. See everybody then. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Is Karima back?
Hey, hey, Gloria. Sorry.
It's okay. Hello, everyone. I just wanted to welcome everyone back. We had to take a break. Things have been moving along pretty fast, but we definitely break time went by too fast. But thank you to all the members of the DCCC who are with us to interview our candidates for supervisor. And then after that, we'll be interviewing ballot measure campaigns. Our next speaker, who is representing District 9, who is the current supervisor of District 9, is Hillary Ronan. She's running unopposed, so that district time will go by pretty fast. And we want to see if she's in the room.
She is in the room.
She is in the room.
Yeah.
So thank you for also, I want to thank the public who's been watching us on Facebook Live and being patient through this process. And our timekeeper, is that changed?
Yes, it should change. So we are going from Fidel to Alan. Is Alan here? Yes, I can see him.
Hi, everyone.
Wonderful, wonderful. So Ms. Ronan, Supervisor Ronan, you have 10 minutes. The first 2 minutes is to make your statement, and then there'll be 8 minutes for questions.
Okay, well, thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here with you all as a candidate, as I'm lucky enough to serve with you all on this body. You're doing a great job. I've been watching as a public member. For those of you in the public who don't know me, my name is Hillary Ronan. I am the current District 9 supervisor and have been extremely active. That was my daughter's hand, I'm sorry. Have been extremely active in District 9 for probably the past we're getting on 20 years as I'm getting a lot older. As the District 9 supervisor, I'm very, very proud of the work that we've done, everything from, Mayo, please stop, sweetie, please. Everything from creating the, she's cracking up in my lap, creating the Office of Sexual Assault Response and Prevention with Carolina Morales, cleaning the BART station and demanding a proper dignified station for the users with member Bevan Dufty, to creating one of the first neighborhood-based navigation centers and expanding that again with Carolina. And then more recently with member Matt Haney to championing and passing Mental Health SF, which is a complete redesign of our mental health system in San Francisco that I'm looking very forward to implementing for the first time this year, and has many of the police reform components that have been mentioned in that extremely wonderful and righteous fight. In addition, during the COVID crisis, I've been very active in meeting the concerns and needs of my district. As you know, the Latinx population is the most severely impacted with this virus. And I've created 2 programs, the Right to Recover program to pay unpaid wages, as well as a piece of legislation so no one can be fired for being COVID positive. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Fantastic. Our first question is from member Morales.
Sorry.
Hello, Supervisor Ronan. Great to see your face.
You.
So, I mean, congratulations for running on a post and yet coming here and showing us the respect of, answering questions, right? And continuing to be accountable to folks in the city. It's very important to me. I have a question around, so these would be, right, your next 4 years, at least the next last of this term, because you can't run after that. So do you have any like larger goals for this kind of next
set of your term?
Yes, so I have, my largest goal is to implement mental health SF. It's a major, major, major redesign of our mental health system and includes a component which would remove police for dealing with anybody who's having a mental health or substance abuse crisis in our streets. And given that we're doing this in the middle of the COVID crisis, it makes it extra challenging. But what I want to do in the next 4 years is create the best universal mental health care system in the country that can be replicated everywhere. If anybody can do it at San Francisco, we have the vision. It is unanimously endorsed by the Department of Public Health, by the mayor, by the entire Board of Supervisors. And now it's about implementing that vision, which takes just as much of work, if not a lot more, than creating the vision in the first place. And I plan to be deeply involved in that process because I think it'll be necessary to fully implement it. In addition, during the COVID crisis, as long as it lasts, there are immediate inequities that impact the entire city, but impact my district as one of the districts with the largest Latino population in it, that are going to take all of my time and energy. So I started talking about the workplace programs that I've designed to make sure that people that have low wage jobs that sometimes work in the underground economy can afford to get tested. And if the worst thing happens and they're positive, that they have a mechanism to shelter in place and stay home from work. In addition, the impact on small businesses has been horrific. So I've been very focused there. And then finally, the schools, what's happening in the schools, what just happened here, I'm trying to focus on giving an interview and my daughter's in my lap, distracting me and laughing and licking me, literally licking my arm. And I can't talk to her. I can't talk to you. That is the experience of all parents at the end of last year. And we just have not been given the direction from the Board of Education. And so I'm working with Maria Sue at the Department of Children, Youth, and their Family to see how we are going to allow parents to work and make sure that our kids get a proper education at the same time during this crisis. And this is seriously an area where the city needs to step up. So for now, that's my focus. I also consider myself a very strong ally to my colleague on the board, Shimon Walton, who's taking a leading effort in police reform. That's something that's near and dear to my heart. And I'm by his side every step of the way in those efforts.
Great, thank you so much. Our next question is from member.
You have 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Supervisor Ronan and Member Ronan. It's nice to see you this afternoon. And thank you for coming here. I know that we've had very long discussions regarding the issue of police reform and what the role of the police is going forward. The question I wanted to ask you really involves the influence of law enforcement unions in elections. And I know that you took $5,000 from the Deputy Sheriff's Association to run for DCCC. And I wanted to know what you intend to do with respect to that contribution and whether or not you are disavowing money from the Deputy Sheriff's Association, the San Francisco Police Officers Association, PORAC, or any other law enforcement related union going forward.
Great question. Thanks for asking that. That account is closed and I'm not raising a cent for this race since I'm unopposed and believe that money can be better spent in a million other ways right now than on a campaign that I don't need to run in the same type of way as challenged candidates. But I don't feel any conflict over having accepted the money from the Sheriff's Union because the Sheriff's Union has been very pro reform in our city. They have supported the ballot measure that Supervisor Walton was the sponsor of to create an oversight department and an inspector general over the sheriff's department, which is something that I've co-sponsored. And you know, I've worked with them. They've been very supportive of mental health SF and those reform efforts. They've been supportive of how to deal with our homeless crisis. So I'm not against law enforcement per se in any way, shape, or form. I am against law enforcement that doesn't see the need to fight systemic racism and to fight violence against Black and brown communities. So if I will never accept money, nor have, nor will from the POA, because they have shown themselves to, guide their work with a racist agenda, the way they talk about immigrants, the way they have targeted myself and so many of my colleagues is beyond the pale, and they don't support reform, period. So I won't accept from them. If the sheriff's department ever took a turn in that direction, if they ever had a leader that acted in the way that the leadership of the POA's union, then I would not accept money from the sheriff's union again. So that is my position on this issue. I don't disavow, like as a matter of practice, unless you know, there's major campaign finance reform, and we should be disallowing contributions from a whole lot of areas. But I do think it's wrong to accept money from blatantly racist organizations that are against reform.
Okay, and so does the fact that the sheriff's department have tasers, does that factor into your consideration regarding their deputies association?
Not really, because it's been a longstanding practice that has happened. That position never came before the Board of Supervisors, where I had to fight them, and they fought to retain them. I mean, it just hasn't come up in an issue in the way that it has with the police department.
Thank you so much for your answer.
Sure.
Thank you. Up next, we have a question from Member Duffy.
Hey, thank you. Hillary, watching this Zoom.
Oh, time's up, sorry.
Wow. Let me just say thank you for making me a better BART director. I miss our days sweeping, and it's so impressive to watch the great leader that you are at the Board of Supervisors. I love you. Thank you.
Thank you, likewise. And I'm being licked again. Sorry.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, bye. Thank you.
And I think we're ready for District 11. So now we're going to be doing interviews for District 11. I am going to call on Supervisor Ashraf Safai.
He is
on it.
I don't see him.
Okay. If he's not on it, then I do see candidate Avalos. And so we'll go with Avalos, and then we'll bring Supervisor Safai.
Okay, thank you.
So candidate, so John, you have 10 minutes, 2 of which are for making a personal statement, and then we'll open it to questions to the members and to the general public. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. It's just a real pleasure to be here. This is a critical time in San Francisco, and kind of a crazy time to be running for a supervisor in the city when there's so much work to be done. My name is John Avalos, and I'm a former member of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. I'm a third-generation Mexican-American living in the Excelsior. Been here for 22 years. I've been in San Francisco for 32 years. I'm part of a union household. My father was a longshore worker. We've been lifelong Democrats in my family. And my earliest memories of being in politics were supporting unions and making sure that unions had a strong voice in democracy, and the Democratic Party was a big part of that. Since leaving office, I've been working at a union. I've been working with the National Union of Healthcare Workers and working directly with frontline healthcare workers in San Francisco, with mental health clinicians at the Richmond Area Multi-Services, at the network of clinicians across the city, as well as at Mission Neighborhood Health Center, working directly with medical assistants and people who actually register folks for healthcare. And my biggest part of my route has been at Seton Medical Center in Daly City, which serves the southern part of San Francisco. Seton's been under bankruptcy for the past 23 months. I led an effort to rally the community together to save the hospital, to keep it open just in time for the pandemic. And we've been fighting in the healthcare front lines to make sure that workers are protected with PPE so they can actually have the resources that they need to actually save lives and protect people who have contracted the virus, and make sure that other patients in the hospital don't contract the virus. I believe that working people are the best people to create change. Change needs to come from the ground up, and I've been a community organizer and a labor organizer all of my adult life so that working people can actually have a say-so in our democracy. I'm running for supervisor again to bring that voice of District 11 back to City Hall. It's been lost with the current incumbent.
Thank you. So now, any questions from from the members?
Yep, so first up, Member Barry has a question.
Hi, John. I wanted to not ask you a rhetorical question on who you supported for DA, but something more specific that's dear to me. As supervisor in San Francisco, all supervisors, although they have district-specific work, they also vote on matters that affect other districts. I live in Bayview Hunters Point, and I would like to know your viewpoint on further development on an area that has been deemed toxic and also has had false reports by a company to suggest that those results were great.
Yeah, that's a really good question. And it comes back to some time when I was on the Board of Supervisors and I worked with my colleague, Supervisor Sophie Maxwell. She had been doing a lot of work to build up affordable housing and workforce development programs in the Bayview with the shipyard development. And while she was doing that, I also was concerned about issues of toxicity and whether there was an adequate cleanup and whether the community was really apprised of what was really going on. And so while she was working on the side of developing the project and working with labor and community to bring that together, I was also working with community to actually make sure that they had a voice about what was happening with the cleanup and whether they actually felt that it was actually going to be ready to be developed. That caused a great deal of tension between us. But as a supervisor who actually is responsible not just for my own district, but for the entire city and for the entire community, this has really affected the African-American community. I wanted to make sure that we were doing our due diligence to make sure that the toxicity levels were being addressed, that we were actually having adequate levels of assessment and mitigation that was going to go forward. When it came down to it, I didn't vote with Supervisor Maxwell when it came to the shipyard on the environmental impact report because I didn't feel like it was adequate. I didn't feel like it addressed all the issues. So that causes great tension between supervisors, and sometimes it's easier as a supervisor to actually just go along with what the district supervisor wants. But we have a greater responsibility is to make sure that all the public is protected, that all the public has the best that we can have. And so I actually believe that it's important to step in sometimes to be able to make sure that we're getting the best we can, development agreements, land use issues, budgeting. When you're chair of the budget committee, as I've been in the past, the whole city is your responsibility, not just your own district. And so I think that's the best way to actually, have practice good collegiality on the Board of Supervisors is to work, looking with a citywide view, but make sure that you're getting your fair share of resources, building equity into your work as you're building the work across the city for your own district.
Great, thank you. Up next, Member Baraka has a question.
Hi, Supervisor. I'm sorry, former supervisor and fellow member Avalos. I'd like to first state that I did see your answer to question 14, and I thought that you handled that question appropriately, and I'm glad that you had that viewpoint. But my question has to do with home ownership. I'm a member actually, I'm a resident of District 11, and talking to my neighbors, I understand that this was a neighborhood that was one of the areas of town that Black folks had the privilege of having a home here. What are you planning to do to help folks achieve home ownership?
Great, thank you. This was a big issue for me when I was supervisor. I came in when the Great Recession began, and I was trying to bring the foreclosure crisis that affected largely the southern communities in the southeast part of San Francisco to the attention of City Hall. And it was an uphill battle to get City Hall to recognize that we actually had a foreclosure crisis in the city. But if you look at a map of the city and there was a star where every foreclosure would happen, you would see hundreds, if not thousands, across the southern part of the city that was devastated by this. It actually resulted in the outmigration of African-American communities in all of our districts down here in District 11 and District 10. So what I actually tried to do a number of things about that. The ultimate thing I did was to create a public bank and I built a foundation for that. That's being ushered through City Hall by Supervisor Fuhr. I'm really great to see that happening. The public bank would be an entity that would actually give the city a tool to change the marketplace and how the market actually builds housing in the city. We can build something that's more affordable. That could also be applied for home ownership. I also was concerned about the amount of foreclosures that we had, and then we had a lot of houses that were underwater. The property values declined on housing. So I wanted to create a program for principal reduction and worked for years to try and achieve that at City Hall. I did not get the support from the community the way, from my colleagues on the board, the way we needed to create these structures that are getting at the structures of denying people of color, especially African Americans and Latinx people in San Francisco. I also built language in the Prop C, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, that would actually provide greater services for people seeking their first-time home loans and principal reduction. And so there's language in there that I actually fought City Hall to try and get to apply to create new programs, but they did not really work to address that issue. It's unfortunate, but City Hall does not have a real consciousness about the need of working class families who are trying to keep their property to for the next generation that they can pass it on to. I also built into the last housing bond that there would be a home ownership. The first-time homeowner program would be continued. That program has been very successful. We actually changed the language on that to make that more possible for working people who have a little bit higher salaries to be able to access those loans. I tried to access that loan when I was actually trying to buy a home earlier, and we were short by $1,000, and it actually resulted. I lost my home in 2014 because we could not keep up with the balloon payments that happened, even under California's program for loans for mortgages. So I would continue to be focused on that. Now we have a downturn again, and there are households that actually want to keep their property. I'm actually more concerned about making sure that households are able to continue with their mortgages, but we also need to make sure that people who are looking to stay in San Francisco that can develop that wealth they can have in their own home can actually have a mortgage that's affordable as well. So creating the public bank, creating other structures within our housing bonds and revenue sources that could actually be available for working people to be able to buy their homes is going to be essential for me. And I actually believe that it's possible if we all work together and understand that if we want to really do something about the outmigration of Latinx people and African-American people, we have to create these new structures that can help our households stay here.
Great. Is that time, Alan?
Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jen. So is Supervisor Safai?
He was there, but I don't see him anymore. Yes, he's not there. I think we have, no, I don't see the next one. No.
He's not here yet?
No, he's not.
I've seen him earlier.
He's here. He's here now. I can see him. Yeah.
Safai, can you hear me? I don't see you.
He's here, but I think.
I think I was muted.
Oh, there
can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, it's a little bit
wanna...
different. The control. Oh, there it is. Okay, wait.
We
you
can
see
see
me?
your face now. Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. You have 10 minutes for your interview, 2 of which we would like you to make a statement why you're running for, rerunning for supervisor. And after that, you'll be asked questions from members of the CCC and the general public. So with that, let us know why you want to continue to run for this position.
Thank you. You know, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. When I ran for office 4 years ago, the theme of my campaign was ensuring that our district was no longer treated like the forgotten part of San Francisco. So many people that I talked to, and I knocked on 7,000 doors over and over again, said that they felt like our district was neglected and forgotten. And I came into office on a platform that was really turning around a lot of the broken promises, a lot of the unfinished business. And I feel like in 4 years, we've been able to accomplish a lot, working with a lot of the neighborhood leaders that are really active and really care deeply about this district. We have broken ground on the city's first 50% affordable, privately funded development. We have another one on the way that will be the city's first home SF project that will be 100% union labor, having a wonderful childcare center returned on site. And then with the work of these last 3 mayors that I've had an opportunity to work with, first Mayor Lee, may he rest in peace, and then for a short time, Mayor Farrell, and then now Mayor Breed, working with her administration, we were able to get an additional $30 million for both projects, both 100% affordable projects, which accelerated both of those projects by 2 years and opened up additional monies. We've planted over 2,000 trees, we've paved streets, we are building a brand new library in the Lakeview neighborhood. We opened up a neighborhood opportunity center working with Gwen Brown and inner city youth. And a part of my district that has many Black-led organizations and Black-owned businesses and is the heart of the Black community of District 11 Lakeview, we have invested in them from day one, worked with them for day one, and now very wonderfully been able to have a real grassroots movement that it was community driven called Invest Black. And we're taking that and we're building on that. And we've been doing that since day one. So I'm proud of the work that I've done. I put my record up against anyone that's held this office. And we got a lot more work to do, particularly now with this pandemic and all the work that we've been doing about feeding people, helping our frontline essential workers, building housing, and essentially keeping our basic operations going like Muni, and ensuring that we continue to have the right testing and PPE and support for our families here in District 11. So I'd be honored to have your support and happy to take any questions.
Great. Our first question is from member Baraka.
Hello, Supervisor. You are my supervisor, and as I mentioned to Member Avalos, I want to say I appreciate your answer on question 14, and I would like your continued work on this to deliver equity to Black and Brown folks working for the City and County of San Francisco. But my question is the same as I asked Member Avalos. What are your plans for this district? As I mentioned, it was known as one of the districts that had the most Black home ownership. That's changed over the years. What are you going to do to help foster and help create more home ownership for Black San Franciscans?
I think that's a great question, Keith. I think you're the model as a Black homeowner in my district. I think that, you know, as you said, we have a lot of SFMTA, Muni drivers. We have a lot of civil servants. There's parts of the district that they call Civil Servant Hill. I know you have some of your colleagues over there, firefighters, Muni drivers, nurses, teachers. And so I think that translates into real opportunities. What I was saying to you about Invest Black and what we did in this as a response to the Black Lives Matter movement, we've been doing that since day one. We have invested in Black-led organizations, Black businesses, Black homeowners. And so we're prepared to continue to work with the mayors Office of Housing and the First Time Home Ownership Program. We want to get counseling together and programs together that essentially says how we can continue to keep homes that are owned by African Americans stay within the same family. I was having this conversation with a 92-year-old resident the other night. He has 6 children. He's lived in the district since 1952. He bought his home for $7,000. And, you know, I said to him, I said, one thing that you can do as part of your legacy is ensure that one of your children keeps that home. Keep the homes in your family, and how we can continue to keep homes in the family. So we're prepared to work with the banks. We're prepared to work with organizations like our Neighborhood Opportunity Center, with Gwen Brown and ICY, and this Invest Black movement that is grassroots led and created by the community, to continue to build on that success, because we want to stem the tide of African Americans leaving San Francisco, and home ownership is a big part of that.
Great. Thank you. Member Barry has the next question.
Hi, Supervisor Safai. I wanted to ask you a question. I don't know if you were on when I asked Member Avalos a similar question. But,
I was not.
Okay. Well, my concern is, although I really applaud district-specific work, you as a Board of Supervisors person has the vote on what happens in other districts.
That's
and
right.
I wanted to ask you what you felt about any further developers building on the toxic Hunters Point shipyard.
I think that's a great question. I know that from the time that I came into this city, day one, over 20 years ago, the Hunters Point shipyard has been a point of a lot of pain and a lot of contention and misinformation. And so I know that there's a number of different parcels within that shipyard, some of which has had the appropriate testing and investigation, and some of which there's been a lot of controversy around. And so for me, it's always better to proceed with caution and ensure that you're protecting the health and safety of a neighborhood first. There's a lot of different opinions about how you proceed, the science. Can you contain it by building concrete over? But at the end of the day, I think that you always have to preserve people's health and safety first. And that being the heart in terms of the numbers, the largest concentration of African-American households, it's a very, very important question. So I know that when they were advancing the shipyard, there was a lot of conversation about how much inclusionary housing would be set aside, how much affordable housing would be set aside, who would be involved in the investigation. The Department of Energy was involved, the federal government was involved. It was a Superfund site. But at the end of the day, you have to put people's health and safety first. So I think the best way to do it, and even now, given the current economy, is to proceed with caution, ensuring that we're not endangering anybody's lives. Is that pretty much get to the heart of your question?
It says what you're going to do first, who you're going to put first, but I'm more curious, will you vote on future development on the
Oh, got it. I got it. Well, I mean, it's always, as a member of the land use committee, I take each individual development that comes in front of us very seriously. And, you know, we're in the process right now of looking at a large development in District 7, the Balboa Reservoir, that's coming up, 1,000 units. Each project has to go through the appropriate process and environmental review and investigation. So to say whether I would vote now on each parcel, I would only vote for a parcel if I felt 100% or project that was coming forward that the safety of the residents were put first. So it's hard for me to say. I can't say blanketly I would not vote for any more development in Hunters Point Shipyard. But if there's not the appropriate investigation and safety and determination that the land is safe, then we would be at a no. But if there is the appropriate investigation done, and as we take each part, the answer is that we need to protect the residents, and we need to ensure that at the end of the day, we're looking for opportunities to build more housing, but we can't be building on areas that are not safe for the residents.
Great. Our next question is from member Campus.
And you have 25 seconds left.
Supervisor, thank you for being here. A lot of us are watching the investigations by the U.S. Attorney, the FBI, and some of us think that it shouldn't take the Trump administration to find those things out. There's an effort to put a public advocate on the ballot to focus exclusively on corruption, among other things. Are you supporting that? If so, yes. If not, why not? Thank you.
So we're still deliberating on that right now. It's coming forward this week. So your question is timely. I appreciate it, Member Campos. I know that this is something that you've spent a lot of time talking about when you were on the board. And over the last decade, it's something that you're very committed to. We have a wonderful investigative unit within the city attorney's office. I think that that has been invested in, enhanced, and has been a major part of this investigation in terms of how work has been handed over to the Department of Justice and the FBI. So I have a lot of faith in Dennis, City Attorney Dennis Herrera and his team. I know you were a former city attorney. I know you have dedicated yourself to a lot of that work over the years. The other thing that we've done in terms of corruption and investigation is I'm supporting the Charter Amendment for Public Works. So haven't made a final decision on the public advocate, but I feel a lot of confidence in what we're doing currently in San Francisco.
Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. We're going to continue with the interviews with the other candidates that are also running in D11. The next person is candidate Marcelo Calusi or Colusi. Marcelo?
I cannot see. Oh, I see. There we go. Marcelo, can you see us and hear us?
I can hear you. Let me see. Hold on the video. There you go.
Oh, perfect. Great.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Marcelo, hi. So you have 10 minutes, and then 2 of which you have an opportunity to make a personal statement, and then the rest will be for questions from DCCC members and hopefully from the public. So go ahead and start.
Thank you very much for the invitation. I really appreciate this opportunity to present myself. I am an immigrant that came from Argentina on a bicycle, traveling through 15 countries. I fell in love with San Francisco 20 years ago when I came over here, when I was passing by, and I decided that I really wanna stay in this place. I stayed as an immigrant. I did not have the proper documentation at first. Then I got a green card. I started going to school. I didn't know any English at all. I was actually working usually double shift. So I've been in the city for 20 years and I love this town. I cannot say that enough. And I'm fighting to stay. I'm fighting to stay because I don't think it's a better place in the world to live than San Francisco. Every time I leave and I come back, this is home. But home is definitely turning a little bit chaotic and tough. So I personally think that I had to do something to change what is going on with San Francisco and what is going on with the homeless situation and the crime situation, the housing situation. So many people are getting hurt by this. I am running a very poor campaign. I'm only putting money out of my pocket. I'm going to spend $1,000, which is almost political suicide, but I will not have any special interest behind me. And I think that running a pure campaign like that is important because I'm not running for the state. I'm not running for the city. I can walk the neighborhood. I can talk to the people. I can convince people. I can get in front of them. And at one point, it's now and 4 to 8 years, I'm going to run, I'm going to win. I'm going to try to change things for the better.
Time's up.
Oh,
great. So our first question is from member Barak.
Hello. Nice to meet you, Marcelo. looked at your answer to question 14, and I'm going to make my question a two-part like I have for other members. I'd first like you to expound more on your answer. You limited your answer to one sentence, but there was many parts to that question. I'd like you to expound a little bit on that. And so I see here that, did you mention that you were from Argentina?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, I've had the pleasure of visiting Buenos Aires, and I realized how wonderful the transportation system was. But you know, it did seem like there was a separation between the nice, quiet, what I called the bullet train into the city versus what the people used. And I see you oppose free public transit. Could you talk about that? And could you also talk about home ownership in the district?
Thank you. So free public transit. I think that you can do free public transit for the people that really need the free public transit and the kids that need to go to school and everybody that serve it. But you have people that can afford to pay for some part of the transit to subsidize between the city and the people that can afford it. You know, it's tough to answer in such a small space, but I don't think that fully free transit will be one of the answers. It's like everything, you give something for free and just people don't take care, people don't value it. But a very small amount, even a quarter per person, will put a little bit of money into the packets or into the MTA. And I think that that's important to point out.
Understood.
I do believe in public transportation, believe me, and I think it's a major issue that with all the buildings that are going up, that public transportation is not increasing. And as places that we're coming from, public transportation is often all the time, as much as we can, because people don't have the means to move around in cars.
Great, thank you.
The other part of the question, and I'm sorry. There was. Yes, sorry. The other part of the question, the housing, home affordability. I am a handyman. I have a handyman business in San Francisco for 15 years. I went to school, I became an EKG tech. I worked for Stanford Children's Hospital. I went back to work in my business because I couldn't afford to live with a salary from the hospital. And I have 2 kids in the school district. Housing is an important matter that people talk about it, but we don't realize the amount of discrimination. And I cannot tell you enough. I just read this book, The Color of Law, which it tells you in unbelievable detail the amount of discrimination on the housing suburban system that was created by the countries in the 50s, the 60s, and what that created over generations to actually don't let people's kids to go to college because they have no equity. It is that sense of lack of ownership didn't allow those other people, those other kids to grow up and become owner of something that they believe they should live in. And that's just one of the cases, and I can have a 2-hour discussion about that. But I strongly believe in housing, and especially on below market rate housing, which in San Francisco, it costs per door $700,000 to build an apartment. I'm a realtor. I got a realtor license 2 years ago to try to make extra money. I'm a tenant. I cannot afford to buy a house yet. I'm trying and fighting to stay in this town. And 2 years ago, I got a realtor license to try to make a little bit extra money, and I still cannot make it. It is extremely expensive, but when we talk about below market rate, we are talking about $700,000 cost of building, which it means that any other part of the country, you can buy a mansion compared to San Francisco. And why? It's bureaucracy, it is the lawyers, the city is coming out with a plan to reduce that by 10%, you know, and instead of 2 years permit, 6 months, which is great, and it's a way to start. But we have to think about that part of the public banking, the part of the city co-owning the houses with the owners. Berlin just bought like 6,000 units in the city of Berlin to try to have the people stay in the city and try to afford a place to dignified place to stay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have a question from a member of the public. Jordan asks, given RCV, who would you recommend your supporters put as their number 2?
Wait, say that again. Giving our what?
Ranked
Given,
choice voting.
oh, ranked choice voting, who would you recommend your supporters to put in as their number 2?
You know, I would probably recommend my own name, but it's a personal choice and it's who you believe in. I cannot recommend anybody that you don't believe in. It's just follow your heart, follow what you believe in, and I think that's the most important part. I can recommend either one, and it will be fine. But at the end, everybody's different. I've been walking and talking to people. People are upset. You know, I don't think that people realize what is coming to our economy and the direction that this is heading. I grew up in a country with a military dictatorship. I grew up in a country where the economy melts down and we have full-on riots for people looking for food. And I cannot tell you enough how I am having a lot of concern about what's coming, because I never believed that this country could shut down for a month, because you shut down the electricity for 4 hours in downtown San Francisco and everybody's freaking out. But I think we're in for a very tough time, and the next person that gets in City Hall as a board of supervisor is going to have to fight and work really, really hard.
And I'm sorry, I missed one of our DCCC members also has a question. So member Lovett, you can ask your question.
And we have 45 seconds left.
So homelessness is the other side of the coin with regard to unaffordable housing. And can you explain your opposition to expanding navigation centers throughout the city?
We have been looking at from the wrong point of view, the homeless situation. San Francisco is increasing the amount of homeless people on the street because we're throwing more wood into the fire. We need to change and the way that we approach. The compassion that San Francisco has for the homeless population has turned into a lack of compassion for the residents. And I cannot say this enough. We need to go to the root of the problem, mental health crisis and drug addiction, and you are going to have 70% of the homeless population out of the street.
Up.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. With that, we conclude our interviews for District 11. And we are now going to be interviewing 2 candidates in District 1. The first candidate that we're going to ask is going to be Andrew Majalai. I hope I pronounced his last name correctly, and I apologize if I did not. Andrew?
Andrew should be here. Ah, yes, I saw him briefly, but.
Andrew, are
you
you?
guys see me? Can you see me?
I see you. Thank you so much, Andrew, for joining us. You have 10 minutes to interview, 2 of which we would like you to talk about, your statement as to why you're running. And we'll be opening up questions to members of the DCCC and to the general. So with that, and then also I know that Alan is going to let you know when your 2 minutes are up. And once you have like a 1 minute warning before 10 minutes are up.
Okay, perfect.
Go ahead.
All right, I want to thank you, thank SFDCC for inviting me to this forum. I do appreciate the time. I'm going to start just by acknowledging what's going on, not just in our district, in District 1, but what's going on all over the city and the country. We're obviously experiencing extreme pain right now because of the COVID-19 pandemic. People are on the verge of moving from their homes onto the street. We have issues when it comes to our essential workers, dealing with lack of equipment. I've seen racial intolerance on the rise. Obviously, with the death of George Floyd, people are frustrated and want to see change. In my district specifically, we're concerned about, our streets being clean. We have homelessness on the rise, and obviously the cost of living has skyrocketed. I'm running to make sure that the people of my community and at the city at large are able to attain the American dream.
Awesome. So first up, we have a question from member.
Who is the question from? You were cut off.
Oh, sorry, from member Barry.
Nice to meet you, Angie. Welcome to the DCCC process. I need to ask something I've asked earlier to other people running in your district. Who did you support for district attorney last year for San Francisco?
I'd rather not say. I don't think that's really relevant to my candidacy and the reason why I'm running. I'd prefer to move on to another question that's actually going to be of importance to my district.
Okay, next we have a question from member Baraka.
Sir, I'd like to challenge you on your response to member Barry's question. As a person seeking public office, yes, your private vote is one thing, but who you endorse or who you promote to be leaders in our community is important for your electorate to know. So I would like to give you an opportunity once again to say that if you'd like to address that question, because it is an important one from a criminal justice point of view. So I'm not asking you who you voted for, but had you had the opportunity to endorse a candidate, who would that have been?
I don't feel comfortable with that question. I'm sorry.
Okay, moving on. On question 14 regarding racial injustice in the city, your answer is a little brief. Would you like to take the opportunity to expound on what you said at all? Because what you say here is very sparse.
Okay, can you repeat the question again? Sorry about that.
Question 14 has to do, it says, in a recent hearing conducted by the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, it was found that African Americans are disproportionately experience lower hiring rates. That question. And
Okay.
your answer was, we need a task force that is assigned to interview qualified candidates that are African American, but it must be authentic. It cannot be a Rooney Rule.
So what I mean by that is we need to be hiring qualified African Americans for these positions, not based on some quota system, but because they're qualified for these jobs, and a lot of them are. We have to apply the same standards that we apply to all the other candidates. Those same preferences have to be given to African Americans, with the understanding that as a group, we have been disenfranchised in a lot of many ways when it comes to jobs. I can speak from my own personal experience. Working in technology has been extremely tough. I got turned down for several jobs that I know I was qualified for because of who I am. And I want to make sure, and have made sure in my own company that I work for, that we do interview minority candidates, particularly African Americans, for engineering roles and things of that nature, because I think it's important to have a diverse workplace. I think it's important to have these discussions within our companies to create a culture where everybody feels invited.
As a follow-up to that, I would just like to say your answer sounds a lot like some of the rhetoric that I got from Ward Connerly back when he was pushing 209. Do you support California 16 or do you oppose it?
I'm not, so I would defer that question just because I'm not sure the particulars of that proposition.
Affirmative action, or don't you believe in affirmative action is the question then?
I believe in affirmative opportunity. Again, affirmative action has its place, but I don't want those people that are chosen because of affirmative action to be treated in a way where they're told that you're only here because of affirmative action. I want to make sure those people are actually there because they're qualified and they deserve to be there. Because that's the stigma attached to affirmative action. Like, oh, you're an affirmative action candidate. You're only here because of the color of your skin. And there's a certain stigma attached to that. I feel that we just need to do a better job of making these opportunities available to people of color. We need to have better resources and opportunities available for people that look like you and I. We need to have recruiters that actively go out to seek African Americans, Latinos, disenfranchised groups to make sure that the companies actually reflect what the world and our communities actually look like.
Keith, if you don't have any more follow-up questions.
I do, but I see one other person has is in the stack now. I believe.
Oh man, I was enjoying this.
So Member LaCroix has a question.
Yeah, hello. Thank you so much for being here today, and
thank you for having
taking the time out to run for office. I have a question, and I'm borrowing it from Member Chung. This is something that I also kind of ask when I interview candidates face to face, but you know, we're in new times right now. What is your connection to the district that you live in, and how long have you lived in the district?
Great question. My connection is that I've lived in this neighborhood, specifically in the Richmond district, for 15 years. This is where I met and fell in love with my fiance. We're supposed to get married this year, but because of the pandemic, we've had to move it to next year. I have great relationships with my neighborhood, the local business owners. I actually wanted to run about 4 years ago, but I fell ill, was diagnosed with end-stage renal failure, and I've been battling that for the last 5 years. I just got a kidney transplant February 1st of this year. And so now I have the opportunity with full health and a clear mind to be able to run for office, because I want to get my neighborhood that I've seen deteriorate over the last 2 years back to where it belongs. And I want to put the power back into the hands of my neighbors and my community to make sure we're addressing issues that concern us when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to better policing, better relationships with our police, keeping our streets clean, taking care of our public parks, making sure we have better access to housing for our seniors, as well as for our working class families. And that's why I'm running for District 1 Supervisor.
Great, thank you. And we have one question from a member of the public. Jordan asks, do you support Haney's Public Works Charter Amendment?
And you have 1 minute left.
Can you repeat that question one more time?
Yeah,
Sorry.
sure. Do you support Haney's Public Works Charter Amendment?
So I'm not as familiar with that charter. I don't want to comment on something that I'm not well versed in. I need to do a little bit more research on that.
Got it. So I think you have about 30 seconds left, which is enough time if you would like to make a closing statement.
Yeah, again, I want to start by thanking SFDCC, all of the members, the panelists, the board, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Again, I'm running for District 1 Supervisor because I want to put the power back into the hands of the community and my next door neighbors. Make sure that we actually have someone in office on the Board of Supervisors that represents the community, not special interests, not necessarily any particular club or organization, but is going to do what's best for the people that live here. You know, we're concerned with, I'm sorry, I'm over time, I guess. Sorry about that.
That's all right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you, everybody. I appreciate it. Have a good weekend.
Thank you so much for joining us today. The next candidate from District 1 that we are going to be interviewing is Connie Chan. Is she on?
Yeah, she's on and she's coming on the panelist side. I will see her. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. So you have 10 minutes, of which is to make a personal statement. And then the 8 minutes will be of and answers from the CCC and members of the general public. So Also, Alan will let you know when your 2 minutes are up, and then when you're getting ready to your 1 minute before your time is up, he'll give you a warning. So thank you, and go ahead.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to see everyone here, even though it's just virtual. My name is Connie Chan, and I'm running to be District 1 Supervisor, and it's an honor to be here with all of you. I'm a first-generation immigrant. I came to San Francisco when I was 13 years old. My mom still lived in the same rent control apartment.
She's so nice. We missed our party yesterday.
My partner, he's a firefighter in the city. He and I, with our family support, were able to afford our own home in the Richmond. And we're very fortunate, but that's because our families. And in the Richmond, we're raising our 7-year-old who's gonna be a second grader at Lafayette Elementary. San Francisco has been a great home for my family and me. And it is because it's progressive policy, like the rent control, that my family can stay here and thrive, that I'm able to be a public servant for the last 15 years, that my partner can be a firefighter in the city, and my son has a great public education. But today I also see that, you know, the income divide, sorry for children or my kid screaming in the background. It's because, sorry about that. And, you know, the income divide has increased significantly, and so much so that, you know, I see that my neighbors in the Richmond who are tenants or even homeowners on fixed incomes, small business, we're all feeling the squeeze. And the pandemic really has disproportionately hurting the working families in the Richmond. And here I am running to be the District 1 Supervisor, hopefully joining the members of the Board of Supervisors, out of which 9 has endorsed our campaign. And I really look forward to working with them to make sure that there's checks and balances in our city government.
Time's up.
To make sure that we serve the working families. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So our first question is from Member Tung.
Hi, good afternoon, Connie. How are you?
Hi.
So I just want to make a side note. I appreciate all the working parents who are even working on Saturdays and having, you know, their kids interrupting. So trust me, Connie, I know where you're coming from. I'm not going to hold it against you or anyone else. So we worked together in the district attorney's office way back in the day when it was DA Harris. And, you know, I know that you are somebody who supports Democratic women in office. And so it was really interesting for me to look at your questionnaire and see that you did not register as a Democrat until December of 2016, even though you were eligible in 2000. So could you take me through that and like what your process was, even though you were supporting Democrats, that you weren't actually registered as a Democrat?
Totally. I think San Francisco, we pride ourselves as the most progressive city and really leading progressive policy in San Francisco. I also been through a growing process. I think there's a lot of conversation about Green Party in San Francisco. There's a lot of thoughts about, you know, how do we move the established Democrats toward more progressive policies. And I have a lot of questions and about where the Democratic Party was for some time, but nonetheless, still, you know, wanted to support local Democrats because I know that, like in San Francisco, we are progressive here locally. So it took me a while, but at the moment when Trump was running, I just knew that like we have to get behind the Democratic Party, especially on a national level.
Great,
Can you tell us what you were registered prior to 2016?
I was declined to clear.
Okay.
Great. Member Baraka is.
Hi, Connie. I think I got the answer to my question that I was going to ask around that too. I had a question about that as well, but since I have your attention, I also wanted to say thank you for answering question 14. If you've been paying attention, that's been an important question for me. So one of the other people that you actually happen to be running with did not answer that question. So I appreciate you answering that. That means a lot to me. Would you like to expound on your answer regarding homeless sweeps and why you think that that's a bad thing? I see that you did answer that you oppose sweeps, but can you talk about why you oppose sweeps?
Because sweeps doesn't work. It's really literally further disfranchise our homeless residents in San Francisco. We know it doesn't work because it's kind of like squeezing toothpaste. You squeeze them somewhere else and then they pop up somewhere else. And because we're not offering a long-term solution, be it public health access, general public health, not just mental health or substance treatment. We're not offering that to really our working families for a long time. And that, with the income disparity, that really continue to contribute to the homelessness that we see on our streets. And they should not be penalized for that. What we need to do is we need to do a better job as a city to provide mental health services, public health, general public health services. In fact, also public education, I really believe that, and workforce training. I think we need to work across that and including housing security and food security. I think that's also another thing that we need to continue to talk about, when it comes to our homeless population. And this is why I know homeless sweeps just does not work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Member Duffy has a question.
Hi, Connie. You've had an incredible career, legislative aide, worked at Rec and Park, the district attorney's office, and I just wondered if you could reflect on something that you did in one of your city roles that really shows the type of supervisor that you would be, something you kind of took from start to finish.
I learned a lot from Supervisor Sophie Maxwell. That's really my first taste of city government job as legislator aide. Before that, I have been a community organizer, including with Chinatown, or formerly known as Chinatown Youth Center and Community Youth Center now, working with kids on juvenile probation. With Supervisor Sophie Maxwell, though, it was really a eye-opening experience for me to learn at 27 years old. Just her agenda, which Supervisor or Bevan, you were on the board too, and just going through the shutdown of Marin's power plant and her commitment to really clean up the environment in Bayview and Patrol Hill, especially with the passing of her son, that she really dedicated to, public health for our community, including a lot of time there was a lot of homicide. At that time in 2006, we hit triple digit. And there was a lot of disparity also in public housing. In fact, in District 10 had the highest concentration of public housing too. And so with all of that, that was what I threw into. And I just learned so much from that experience about the disparity in our city. And that the fact that it takes a lot of work, a lot of teamwork to get going. And it takes also a long time and not giving up. Right. And here we are, and I still see all of you working on it. So that is the lesson that I learned, and that I would like to continue as a supervisor, that I don't give up and I'm dedicated.
Thank you, Karen. Good luck.
Thank you.
Member Levitt has a question.
So as another parent whose child attends public school in your district, I understand how our schools really provide social services for our families and across a wide range of income levels and need, and especially the schools in our district. And so how would you respond to the needs of these families during the pandemic when there are so many unmet needs and the school districts can only meet so much of those needs?
We have 1 minute left.
Sorry, I have a minute left. Okay. I really look to our, board supervisors to also, because of the joint committee that we have with, the board of supervisors, San Francisco Unified School District and City College, that I really look to that partnership to how do we, leverage city resources in combination with the Unified School District and City College to really provide a well-rounded services and education and support to our students and our and their families, but also our educators too, right? I think this is like the full circle system, because also a lot of our educators are parents in our city too. And so how do we make sure that our educators who are also parents in the system play that double role, that they also get the supports? And I think it's really about communications and connection and conversation, and hopefully that those conversations can take place at the joint committee.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And with that, I pass it over to Member Berry.
Thank you, Co-Chair Ibanez. Thank you, members and people of the public. We got through the supervisor portion of this interview session. We just have measures to follow. We're going to interview people representing different measures that will be on the ballot in November. We decided not to vote on these measures as of this coming up meeting Wednesday. We'll be voting on them in the future. Today's purpose is for information only. No opposition to these measures have reached out to us, but we will definitely give them time. Did you want to chime in, Chair Campos?
I just wanted to add, to what our co-chairs were saying, that the proposal that we have put forward and that we will bring to the whole DCCC on the 22nd is that we have a special meeting of the Democratic County Central Committee to vote on these measures on August 5th, which will be 2 weeks after the endorsement on supervisor, so that we all have enough time to look at the pros and cons of each measure, but at the same time that we decide prior to the voting booklet being finalized, so that if there is an endorsement from the Democratic Party, that can be added to the voter book. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And the process today will be 5 minutes versus 10 minutes, so a shorter time. We have representatives to give their presentation. Their presentation will be 2 minutes, and then there'll be 3 minutes for anyone who has any concerns or questions to those measures. So with that being said, the first up, representing the measure for real property tax transfer rate increase on transfers of properties for at least $10 million is current Supervisor Dean Preston.
So Dean Preston, Supervisor Dean Preston is with us, I think. I don't see him, but I can hear him.
Yeah, I think you just added me. I came in mid-sentence there as a participant to speak. Thank you. Thanks, Gloria. And then thank you all for, I know this is a long day, so appreciate all your service and hearing the pitches on all these different measures. So what we're proposing is, and is going to the ballot, is a transfer, an increase in the transfer tax, specifically on properties that sell for $10 million or more. And we would be doubling the transfer tax on these properties from 3% to 6%. It's slightly lower on the ones that are between 10 and 25 million. This would, according to the controller, bring in an estimated, on average, about $196 million per year. Part of the reason for this tax right now is there is massive real estate speculation that is going to occur in San Francisco, not just during boom times, but during recessions. We see global and national capital coming in and buying up real estate, and we need to be ready for that. What we will do, and it's been characterized in Bloomberg and the Wall Street Journal, have been talking about a bonanza for real estate investors with about $1.5 trillion lined up to acquire property. So the big players are going to come into San Francisco. What our measure does is it says that if there's a sale of property, they'll pay double the transfer tax. They are exempt from paying that increase if they sell to a nonprofit or to the city for purposes of creating affordable housing. So that's a significant incentive to sell property through either the Community Opportunity to Purchase Act or other vehicles to try to get that into either public or nonprofit hands. The funds generated, as I said, anticipated to be an average of $196 million a year. I think it'll be lower during the recession years. Those funds will be split between a rent resolution and relief program and a social housing acquisition fund. Both of those, the ballot measure will not detail those. Those will be created by separate measures at the board, but the ballot measure will simply ask whether the tax increase should go into effect so we can collect the funds to use for those purposes.
Great. I don't see any questions in the chat as of right now, so I'll just open it up. Oh, Member Baraka has a question.
Supervisor, great to see you. Thank you for all your work on making sure that folks who have housing crises get housing. But my question to you is, and I want to make it clear, I think that you're the best choice for D5, and I will be supporting you. But I want to know, with what you know about the systemic racism that has happened on an institutional level in this country, that has prevented many folks from having access to home ownership, which builds wealth. Black and brown folks have 5% of the wealth that white folks have in this country. And it's in great part due to the fact that they haven't been able to have access to home ownership. Again, I appreciate what you're doing to make sure that people are housed, but what are you doing to help folks become homeowners and acquire the wealth and acquire the ability to provide for their families, to have wealth that then is passed on to future generations, which other people have access to? What do you think, or what will you do to improve home ownership for folks in here in the city and in your district?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Keith. And because of the history of racism in housing policy, and also the wealth inequities that exist in our systemic, I believe pretty strongly that we're not going to find housing solutions for working class people, and particularly for people of color in San Francisco, through a market-based solution, right? It's only going to be a very small percentage of people who are going to be able to purchase that market rate unit. If you're a highly paid African-American doctor or CEO, or you're a small number, you may be able to go buy that unit. But for the most part, for most of the folks I think you're asking about in your question, that's not a path. And that's why, to do that, we have to start thinking about forms of rental and home ownership that are either government subsidized or government owned. And so one of the things we are going to do with the social housing fund, and we've been talking with the land trust and with others, make sure that ownership models like community land trusts, limited equity cooperatives, those are home ownership, permanent home ownership, are included in how we spend these social housing dollars that we get through this tax measure.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Dean Preston. Great presentation. Karima, do you see Supervisor Member Matt Haney?
Yeah, I see Supervisor Matt Haney. I can bring him on.
Okay, have a good day, Mr. Preston.
Thanks so much.
So the next presenter is Supervisor Member Matt Haney. First, he'll be talking about the Department of Sanitation measure.
Hey everyone, good to see you all. I'm here today to present on two measures. The first is a charter amendment that will reform the Department of Public Works and create, for the first time in San Francisco, a Department of Sanitation and Streets. I also want to give a shout out to DCCC member Honey Mahogany, who has done more work on this than anyone and has been leading the fight for this in our office for a number of months. This charter amendment is really built and structured to address two of the most critical, urgent, and endemic issues in our city, and that's to ensure clean streets and clean government. DPW's most recent scandals have been many decades in the making.
Supervisor, any connection is really bad.
About accounting and transparency, and I'm not sure what I can do about that.
Yeah.
Do you want me to start over?
Just we missed maybe the 10-second of your
Okay.
this last.
Is
Yeah.
this a little better?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
better.
Okay. This measure is intended to address and ensure both clean streets and clean government. It will split up DPW, a department that is way too big and not getting the job done, and will create a Department of Streets and Sanitation to focus entirely and solely and intentionally on addressing our filthy streets. San Francisco has become known around the country and the world for some of the filthiest streets and sidewalks in the country. And this has real impacts on people's lives. Stepping through feces and trash in my district, but throughout the city, is completely unacceptable. And it's inequitable as it affects low-income communities more than any. And we also know that this department, if it is continued to do business as usual and continue to have the structure that it has, will both not get the job done on our streets and continue to be the source of awful corruption that has really shaken the public trust in our city. So this measure has the support of the workers, the frontline workers, and will fix finally what is a problem that I think is not just an embarrassment, but a huge negative impact on the quality of life of our residents.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Matt Haney, for that presentation. And you're going to present next on the matter of overpaid executive tax.
Gloria, are we going to take questions for each one separately?
Questions were already asked for the sanitation.
Oh, right. Okay.
Measure. Yes.
Okay. Thanks for clarifying.
I didn't hear any questions, actually.
Yeah.
There weren't any questions.
No questions for sanitation asked yet.
No.
Oh, so that was the 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, that was
the
the
5
2 minutes.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood the timekeeper. I apologize. Now let's open the questions. Thank you, Zoe, for being that great intern you are.
We have a minute and 35 seconds left.
And then can we make sure we give him actually 3 minutes, Alan, because we did take that time away from asking.
I apologize.
Thank you.
Okay. So Member Baraka, you have a question.
Supervisor Haney, thank you for your work on this. I have a couple of questions around this. Why are we splitting the department instead of just putting a commission over DPW? And how will having a commission combat corruption and improve quality of life for San Francisco residents?
Well, I appreciate that you asked that question. First, on the commission, DPW is one of the only large departments that doesn't have a commission. And as a result of that, it actually doesn't have the same level of accountability, of contract approvals, of places for the public or the workers to go to provide input into governance. Commissions are an essential part of the governance of our city departments. And the fact that DPW doesn't have one has actually caused a lot of problems and created a department that is uniquely susceptible to corruption. It is not getting the job done. The reason why we don't just want to put a commission over DPW is because this is a department that, as currently structured, is not going to be able to address the crises on the streets. It is a situation where about 80% of what DPW does is not even street cleaning or street focused. And as a result, they lose the intentionality, the expertise, the accountability to actually deliver on something that we all know is one of the biggest issues in our city, and we're not seeing change, even though we're spending more money. We did it with the Department of Homelessness, where we created an intentional department. This also needs a department to focus on this issue. Other cities have it. LA, New York, Chicago, New Orleans, all have Department of Sanitation and Streets. It seems like San Francisco should not just keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result.
Thank you.
Great. Up next, we have Member Campos with a
Yes, thank you, Supervisor. Thank you to you and your staff, Member Mahogany and others who have been working on this. I was wondering if you could talk more about the partnerships that you have, what community support do you have, and in terms of community engagement, who are your main partners?
So we've been working very
Supervisor Haney, we cannot hear you. The connection is bad.
The connection's really bad, Supervisor Haney.
Fed up with
Cannot hear us.
what's happening on our streets and sidewalks. We have a huge outpouring of, okay. Okay.
That's better. We can hear you now.
I'm not sure why that's happening. That's okay. So we've had a huge amount of support from, of course, residents and community organizations, Congress organizations.
Time's up. Do we want to give him more time?
Can we put since the question was specifically
we've
for
also
who says,
had very strong support from the workers, we have the support of the frontline workers, the laborers who are out there every day cleaning up the streets, local, strong support from Local 21. And so the people who actually are doing the job on the streets know that there needs to be a big structural change, and we can't just keep doing the same thing. So they've been very strong support.
okay, I'm very concerned that the answer was muffled. If Supervisor Haney wouldn't mind putting who's supporting or who the partners in this matter is, if he could put those in the chat so that we could read it, so it'd be more clarity. And then you want to do a mic check, Supervisor Haney, to see if we can move on to the next measure. Can you hear us? Okay, how about we bring Matt Haney back on, Supervisor Matt Haney, because there's a lot of technical difficulties. And let's move on. Is Commissioner Chung or Commissioner Chan in the room?
Yes, we have.
Okay, well, let's bring them on to speak about the voting age being reduced to 16.
I saw her and now I don't see her anymore. Let me check. I have also, is only Crystal. Just give me a moment.
Okay. And Supervisor Matt Haney, if you can hear us, if you don't mind coming into another slot so we can clearly hear everything you need to present. And then after that, it'll be Sarah Sousa and Gabriel Medina. If we could verify if they're in the room, and then Supervisor Gordon Marr.
Sarah Sousa is in the room. Also, Susan Solomon is in the room, so we can bring them on.
Okay, so are the representation for the proposal to lower the voting age in the room?
I don't see them.
Okay, well, let's move on to Sarah Sousa with the Aspiring Citizen Charter Amendment.
Sure. Sarah Sousa is on, and I'm bringing also.
We're also bringing Gabriel Medina.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Ah, she's there. Sorry. There you go.
Hi. Is Gabriel Medina on as well?
Yes, she is on.
Thank you, Gabriel and Sarah, for joining us. You guys, we are giving 5 minutes for measures, the first 2 minutes your presentation, and 3 minutes for questions.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Chair David Campos and Endorsement Committee. I'm so honored to be here today. What the Aspiring Citizens Charter Amendment is proposing is to remove the voting requirement to serve on commissions and boards. This is an important time when SB 225 was voted last year to allow all Californians to serve on state commissions. Now it's our turn as a progressive city to allow all San Franciscans to have a seat at the table. I would like to invite Gabriel Medina to add a few other things that we're doing.
Thanks, Sarah, my co-chair for the committee. So among other things, and Sarah worked a lot on SB 225. Among other things that this measure will do is it would allow for folks that are 16 and over to be able to serve on all commissions as well, since that voting requirement is taken away. It updates a lot of the language to be more inclusive, gender, inclusion, orientation inclusion. So that's a big plus. But importantly, we've had a decline of commissioners of color over the last 5 years, from 57 to 50%. And we're basically trying to have representation with one hand behind our back. And it's time that we, have commissioners based on not the content of their passport, but the content of their character and qualifications. And so that's what this measure will do. And I also want to give thanks to our early supporters, Jen Lowe and Tracy Brown, who've been instrumental, and our sponsor, Shimon Walton. And Annabelle has been tremendous on this. Lee, you were there from the beginning too. Thanks so much. I think that's good.
Great. I don't see any questions as of right now, but I'll just open it up to our members if anyone has questions. Oh, we have a question from a member of the public. Jordan asks, if you don't support commissions for all, you do not represent SF values. Oh, that's not a question. I'm sorry. That's a comment.
Okay, so since there's no more questions at this second, would Mr. Medina or Ms. Sousa like to make any closing statements?
I would like to add one thing, and then I also would like to invite my co-chair, Gabriel Medina, to also share a few remarks. So I would like to thank all the nonprofits that are co-leading this effort, La Raza Community Resource Center, UESF, African Advocacy Network, and other amazing leaders, Commissioner Teresa Imperial, for fighting for this important civic engagement measure that will strengthen our democracy. So Co-Chair Gabriel Medina would like to also share some remarks.
One of the interesting disparities, which I think is really exciting about this measure, because we are working with the Chinese Affirmative Action Well, who Sarah and I work with for Prop N, the Immigrant Parent Right to Vote Act, and where we work very closely with Vote 16 then too in 2016. But one of the interesting disparities is that Latinos and Asians have the highest disparity in representation on commissions. Latinos are 15% of the population, but 8% of the commissioners, and Asian, you're 31% of the population, but 18% of the commissioners. So there's a lot of inequity we can make up. And so our committee meets every 2 weeks. Our next meeting, I have here in my notes, is July 27th, and I think we start at 5 p.m. Is that right, Sarah?
We actually start at 6 p.m. now to allow more people to join. And please donate to, we have an amazing website that Gabriel Medina worked on. What's the link, Gabriel?
So it's commissionsforall.com, and this is just the pre-launch website. But I also put there's also opportunities to sign up and join us, and opportunities to donate to our campaign committee. FPPC numbers are all taken care of. So both links are in the comments.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you. And next, Supervisor Haney says he's back. Can we try to give him his time on the overpaid executive tax?
We also couldn't hear, I think, his response about who was supporting the first measure that he was talking about. So I think it's good if you can repeat that part.
Sure. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I was saying that we have a lot of support from the frontline workers, including Laborers 261, who actually represent those folks out there every day cleaning the streets. And so they've been a very strong supporters of this measure. as well as the leadership of Local 21, who represent a lot of the other DPW workers. So the workers have been united in support of this measure, and I think they'd be in a position to know better than anyone how broken the department is. Did I get through that one okay?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I'm really sorry about that. I'm visiting my mom, and so I don't have my computer and I'm on my phone.
Understandable. So please, if you can go on about the overpaid executive tax.
Sure. So the second measure that we're putting forward to the ballot and would love to have your support is the overpaid executive tax, also known as the CEO tax. We are facing one of the worst budget deficits we've ever seen as a city, upwards of $2 billion deficit. And we cannot cut our frontline workers and rely on service cuts and layoffs, especially in our healthcare system as we continue to be in the midst of a pandemic. So this is a measure that is targeted just on those companies that are still doing well enough to pay their top paid executive over 100 times their median worker. And the thing about this tax is not only does it bring in up to $140 million a year for our city, it also directly attacks one of the worst crises we have in our city and in our country, which is economic inequality. CEOs have had their pay increase over 900% in the last 30 years, while workers have only seen their pay increase about 11%. So this inequality has huge costs for our city, and this will allow companies to do the right thing and pay their workers more if they don't want to pay the tax, or they'll help us deal with the consequences of that type of inequality and the services that we're required to provide. We have this very strong support of the Labor Council. I believe we're at eight co-sponsors now on the board, and this is the way we put into action ensuring that we don't have only cuts and austerity, but we actually invest in services and workers and critical protection around health, and just ask a little bit more from the folks who can pay. So this is something that originally had been talked about for I think a number of years. There's a version of this in Portland. It's been talked about at the California state level. Bernie Sanders had something similar at the federal level, but we would be the first city in the country or state for that matter to actually pass it at the ballot. And I hope we will have the strong support of the Democratic Party.
Great. So we have a question from Member Lee.
Yeah, this is real quick. Thanks, Matt. You mentioned that you have support of 8 supervisors. Who are the 3 who are not supporting it yet?
I hope that everyone supports it. Maybe they just aren't co-sponsors yet, but I think the 3 that have not signed on as co-sponsors, and Member Mahogany maybe can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe it's Supervisor Safai, Supervisor Stephanie, and Supervisor Yee are the 3 who have not yet signed on as co-sponsors.
Great. And Member Morales has a question.
Hi. Just wondering on. I've asked a couple of times about this issue of equity and wondering about how this measure. How do you think it addresses equity?
Well, we know if we have to cut $140 million from our budget, that it's going to fall hardest on our workers, on people of color, on services for low-income communities, Black and Brown communities in our city, and these companies are still making money hand over fist in our city. Actually, billionaires have added hundreds of billions of dollars more to their own pockets in the midst of this pandemic. And so, that fuels economic inequality. It fuels the racial or wealth gap. And so by requiring those folks to pay more or do better, we will be addressing head on the equity issues in our city, both economic equity and in a connected way, racial equity.
Great. And then we have a question from a member of the public. Jordan asks, if your overpaid executive tax measure passes, would you support $8 million of new revenue from the measure to get rents in supportive housing down to 30% of income as demanded by the hashtag 30 right now coalition?
I absolutely support the $8 million going for that cause, and we have legislation to do it and have been working with Jordan on that. And you know, I think that is just such a clear case of equity that even as we're in a difficult budget situation this year, it will still be a top priority for me, even before this measure passes. But assuming this measure passes, I think it puts us in a much better position to be able to, you know, invest the money needed to bring down everybody in supportive housing to pay no more than 30%, which is just, it's just criminal that we're taking money out of the pockets of some of the poorest people in our city and subsidizing, in this case, services for the richest in our city.
Timekeeper, is that time?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Supervisor Matt Haney. We understand technical difficulties over here.
Thank you. Thanks for all your hard work, everyone. I apologize about the video thing. If you have any direct questions or if anything wasn't clear, I'd love to talk to anyone one-on-one. So thank you.
And also, we want to bring on now the people here to represent the measure on the proposal lowering the voting age to 16.
Yes. So we have two speakers and they are on.
Hi.
And they're going to share also a PowerPoint, and I think you can do it now. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
So Sarah couldn't be here today because of a family emergency, so I will be the only person who's presenting.
Thank you.
Cool. So do I just start?
Yes, you have 2 minutes for your presentation, and then we'll have 3 minutes for questions.
Okay, thank you. So thank you everyone for having me here today. My name is Crystal Chan, and I'm the District 7 representative to the San Francisco Youth Commission, but I'm here today in my personal capacity to present on Vote 16. So Vote 16 SF is a youth-led initiative that was previously spearheaded by the SF Youth Commission, and its purpose is to expand voting rights to 16 and 17-year-olds in all San Francisco municipal elections. So why does Vote 16 matter now? Particularly in recent months, you know, we've seen young people mobilizing around the Black Lives Matter movement and fighting for racial justice and against police brutality. And during this COVID-19 pandemic, you know, young students have been disproportionately impacted, whether it's in school closures, loss of jobs, or even personal health. And we see young people stepping up to create a movement around equity. And it's important that we include them in our local democracy as well. So why should we expand the voting age? First and foremost, because 16 is a much better age to begin voting than age 18. Voting is habitual, and at age 16, you know, you're taking civics classes, so you can put theory into practice by voting, and you're also supported by your teachers, your mentors, and your peers to make more informed voting choices. Secondly, Vote 16 is also an issue of equity. In San Francisco, 16 and 17-year-olds are mostly youth of color, and so they don't have access to the social capital or resources to establish these voting habits. In fact, 1 out of 3 SFUSD students, including myself, has an immigrant parent, and Vote 16 would allow our voices to be more represented in our local democracy. So as many of you know, Vote 16 has unanimous support from the Board of Supervisors, as well as wide community support, as you can see here on the slides. And I know DCCC endorsed Vote 16 a few years back, and we would greatly appreciate it if you all could endorse us again this year. And that concludes the end of my presentation.
Perfect.
Great. I don't see any questions from SF DCCC members, but we do, Member Lee has a question.
Hey, Crystal, thank you so much for being here today and presenting to us. I was super thrilled to support Vote 16 in 2016 when I was a nobody. I'm still mostly a nobody now. What has really changed in your mind between 2016 and today that you think is either more important now and that it is, you know, hopefully even more powerful at the ballot so that it can pass?
Yeah, so I wasn't on the 2016 campaign, but you know, this year, one of the newest strategies that we're really working on is outreaching in communities that, you know, we saw didn't turn out in the numbers that we hoped to. And a big part of that was because of awareness and like campaigning. We didn't, we weren't in those communities. We couldn't let them be aware that this was a measure that would impact them. And so this year we're really recruiting more young people who live in, underserved neighborhoods such as like Chinatown, Bayview, Hunters Point. And so we have a lot of community organizations that have young people ready to canvass and campaign. So like SF Rising, Coleman Advocates. So that's one of the main ways we're going to do differently than in 2016.
Great, thank you, Crystal.
And Member Baraka has a question.
Thank you, Crystal. Great presentation. I really appreciate the PowerPoint slides that really brings into focus the critical issues related to this. But I have a question for you. What can 16-year-olds vote for, and what can't they vote for on ballots? I would assume that since the federal government doesn't recognize that, then federal elections would be cut out. Can they vote for state elections, or generally what can they and what can't they vote for?
Yeah, so this is a really local initiative. San Francisco, if it passes, would be the first major city across US to pass. And so basically it's not state or federal, it's only San Francisco municipal elections. So Board of Supervisors, Board of Ed, and like ballot measures. And then pertaining like what issues or ballot measures that youth can vote on, I think Department of Elections will sort that out when they like put out the ballots.
Daniel asks, has the mayor endorsed this ballot measure?
I don't think publicly yet. I think we're still working on that.
And member Lee Mao Lovett had a question. Oh, she just said bravo. Oh, I'm sorry.
We have 15 seconds left, by the way.
Okay, I think that's enough time. Oh, Member LaCroix has a question.
Yeah, I'll be super quick. Thank you so much, Crystal, Commissioner Chan, rather, for coming and presenting. I was a huge supporter of the Vote 16 measure back in 2016, and I continue to be a proponent of it today. You did a very excellent presentation. Also former youth commissioner too, and there's a few other former commissioners here on the DCCC. So we love you, we appreciate you. Thank you so much, Commissioner, for your time and energy, and for your colleagues' time and energy for putting this back on the ballot. And good luck. Fingers crossed.
Thank you. Thank you all for your kind words and for listening to my presentation.
Thank you. And next we have the parcel tax repeal and replace. Jenny Lamb, is she here?
She's here, and we have a second speaker too. Susan Solomon too. Is here to speak.
Hi, everyone. Yes, I will be joined by President Susan Solomon of United Educators of San Francisco.
She's on the call. I can see her. Oh, yes.
Welcome. We're given 5 minutes for ballot measures, the first 2 minutes presentation, and 3 minutes questions.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really great to see you. Really appreciate time with the members. First, my name is Jenny Lamb. I serve as the education advisor to Mayor Breed, as well as serving as school board member for San Francisco Unified School District. Today, this afternoon, Susan and I want to come speak before you for your support of the Fair Wages for Educators Act initiative. And it is a ballot measure to fund public school compensation for public school teachers and salaries. This measure will generate approximately $50 million in funding for, again, teachers who work in San Francisco Unified School District. It would replace an existing parcel tax that was passed in 2018 that is currently in litigation and has prevented that funding from being distributed. And at this time, this measure would provide the critical funding to keep San Francisco teachers and providing the stability for our educators and our students need during these unprecedented times. And the pandemic has just exacerbated and intensified those fiscal challenges faced by public education school districts, not only in San Francisco, but across the country. And so it's really critical to have the opportunity for this parcel tax so we don't have devastating impacts on student learning and outcomes. Some just structural, figures for this act, this initiative, is that it retains the structure of the 2018 Living Wage Act for educators. It has the same identical expenditure outlay, and that it extends through 2038, same year as the Living Wages Act. And this measure would require a 2/3 vote. One adjustment is that this particular parcel tax for November is now at $288 annually, which is a reduction currently.
Time's up.
$320.
Great. I don't see any questions from our DCCC members. Oh, Keith Baraka has a question.
Since no one else was asking. Jenny, thank you for your presentation, but what's going to happen to the money that has been collected that's already in litigation? Will that then go to the teachers?
And I'm happy, I also have, and Susan, you can also chime in too. So currently the way that this is structured is that what is in litigation is already in escrow. And so this would be this redo of the parcel taxes moving forward. So depending on the outcome of that litigation, that will, it's separate. And feel free, Susan, if you have any additions as well. And I also just want to acknowledge that this has the support of both Mayor Breed, the Board of Education, and United Educators. It was really important to ensure that we had that broad-based support, and just wanted to acknowledge again, Member Ibanez and Commissioner Moliga as well.
And Member Lovett has a question.
So we certainly want this to pass by 2/3, but what happens if it does not pass by 2/3? And there are a number of competing revenue measures.
I'll jump in there. If it doesn't pass, then we have to wait for the outcome in California Supreme Court. The challenge to Prop G was defeated in Superior Court, and sure enough, it was appealed to Supreme Court by a Howard Jarvis member, I guess you say, who doesn't like to fund public services with corporate fair share of taxes. So we would have to wait for that. And then in the meantime, as you probably know, we've had bridge funding through ERAF that will last until June of 2021. When that's gone, if we don't have something else, 7% in salaries will go away.
And then we have a question from a member of the public. Jordan asks, why go back to the ballot, and what's with the reduction in tax rate?
I can take, go ahead, Susan.
I'll start. So we have explored other ways to try to find funding, especially past June of 2021. UESF in particular has worked hard and worked with partners to try to figure out another way to get that funding, and we cannot find another way. Do you want to take the second part, Jenny, the 288 rather than?
Sure. I think with this was that because of the thresholds of a 2/3, and also given the economic, path forward with the pandemic, that this is also seen then as reduction. Great savings.
Well, thank you so much for your presentations. We're going to get to our final item, our final measure. For the Public Advocate Office, we have Supervisor and Member Gordon Marr and his cat.
Thank you so much, Gloria. And actually, I know it's been a very long day, so thank you all, but especially Gloria and Annabelle for your inspiring dedication to our party's endorsement process. I've worked with my colleagues on the board as well as diverse community leaders to put forward the Public Advocate Charter Amendment for a simple reason. We need structural reform to address the culture of casual corruption and pay-to-play politics and make our city government more accountable, effective, and transparent. And we are reminded of this by the breadth of the ongoing investigation by multiple agencies into corruption and criminal and ethical violations by our directors of public works, building inspection, and Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services, as well as numerous appointed commissioners and city contractors and developers. And in the past week, the investigation has expanded to include 4 additional city departments, the SFPUC, Planning and Health Departments, and City Administrator's Office.
but it shouldn't take a federal FBI investigation by the Trump administration to root out local corruption. We must address this locally, proactively, and structurally. And we need to be proactive, not reactive. If we had a public advocate, it wouldn't have taken decades for Mr. Nuru's wrongdoings to be addressed. And the fact that it did shows that the system we have isn't working. So if approved by voters, this charter amendment will create the San Francisco Public Advocate, a new elected position solely responsible for investigating and eliminating public corruption, fraudulent waste of taxpayer money, and abuse of the public trust. The public advocate will have the authority to review the administration of city programs and services, investigate and attempt to resolve individual complaints from members of the public, including confidential whistleblower complaints, and also introduce legislation to the Board of Supervisors to propose structural solutions to the problems they find. Finally, I would like to acknowledge my co-sponsors, Supervisors Ronan, Haney, Preston, and Walton, as well as Chair Campos for all of his leadership on these important issues for many years. This is the right idea now, and it was the right idea in 2016. I think that's been validated by the breadth and depth of corruption in the past 4 years. And this is an idea whose time has come. San Francisco is ready to see the system change and deserves accountability. Thanks.
Great. Member Barry has a question.
Hi, Supervisor Mar. I apologize for my naivety on this matter, but you said that one person would be elected to this position. Would this one person then have staff?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Chair Barry. So the public advocate is a new elected office, and they will have 3 staff, a minimum of 3 staff, 1 deputy and 2 assistants. And that's sort of the initial staffing level. And we're mindful of the city budget challenges right now. So that's sort of the baseline staffing for the office.
Thank you.
Great. And Fiona Ma has a question.
Hi, Supervisor. I was just wondering where the funding for this office would come from right now.
Yeah, well, you know, well, I would like to talk about the fiscal impact and really emphasize that this is very much of a cost savings measure, because corruption costs taxpayer money, fraud and wasteful spending cost us money. So by directly addressing those issues, the public advocate can help save us money over time. And in New York City, the public advocate, for example, in under 3 years, saved taxpayers more than 20 times the amount it costs to operate her office by uncovering wasteful spending and bloated city contracts. So the controller's office has estimated a cost of between $725,000 and $925,000 for the public advocate office. And that's a really relatively modest investment, and really, again, pales in comparison to the cost of public corruption.
Great. And then we have one more question from a member of the public. Jordan asks, as someone who supported Prop H in 2016 and hopes to support this again, what do you think will put this over the finish line this year?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Jordan. I mean, we're really putting this forward this year because of the unprecedented, widespread federal investigation into corruption that has been playing out for the last 6 months. And so we feel like the public would very much, and voters would very much strongly support it this year. I mean, it came close to passing in 2016, but I think with all the breadth of corruption in so many city departments, now 7 departments, including 4 department heads being investigated, I think the
Time's up.
time's right.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Mar. That was a great presentation, and thank you, members and public, for their questions. I am co-chair Ibanez and Executive Director Karima Lynch, as well as our interns, Zoe, who asked the questions, our timekeepers, Alan, and the other timekeeper.
Fidel.
Yeah, Fidel. I'm sorry, I'm so tired. But this was a painful process, but I think it could have went worse, actually. And this is the very first time this has been done through Zoom for the DCCC, so I'm thankful. And I appreciate so many members showing up today. I think it was a good session. And thank you to the public who stayed in there with us.
Member Barry, I just want to mention Emmanuel and Priscilla was doing the Facebook Live and all the comments and everything. So I just wanted to tell them also, say thank you.
Definitely. Co-Chair Ibanez, did you want to make a closing statement?
Yeah, I just want to say again, acknowledge the support and help that we've had from our interns, Karima, and also the leadership that you provided with me in this process, and also Chair Campos for your leadership and making sure that we had a smooth and transparent process. I appreciate all of you, from the DCCC members to the general public who stayed with us through this whole process. We thank you, and join us at our meeting on Wednesday at 6:30, where we'll be voting on who we will be endorsing for Board of Supervisors. And also join us back on August 5th to make decisions on this important measures that would definitely have an effect of how we will get out of this crisis here in San Francisco.
Thank you.